welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Open mic number 252. I think that's where we're at. Yeah. So, yeah, we got us a barn burner, guys, gals. Ken Kratz has filed a lawsuit against Transition and several named people within that company, corporation, or whatever entity. It's interesting times. Susan?
Doubt. I'm excited.
I wondered if Kratz would pay us a visit.
Shouldn't he be here?
Jay, I know this is kind of maybe a little bit of a newer thing for you. I mean, it's civil lawsuit against in America is not anything unusual. We get them. It's a daily thing, daily occurrence. People file civil suits. Maybe it's not that way in the UK, but um, for me, thinking back, Cam has its roots going back 2017, maybe even late 2016. I don't know, but it goes back years, and then became kind of a thing moving forward in late 2017, going into 2018, and filming started, and Making Murder Part 2 came out there. They're going to ride on the coattails of that, and if they could have released it back then, it would have been I'm not saying it would have been any better. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's to me, Candace really made the whole thing much worse. I think whatever people think about Brenda, I think they should have. She knows the material, whether she'll tell the full story or not. She knows the material. She would have been a much better narrator of the thing to me. And I'm not just trying to be kind, because I know, I've talked to her before. That's not it. She knows the case. Candace Owens doesn't know shit about Davy Dassey cases, and it was blatantly obvious. But
yeah.
So this whole thing, I didn't know anything about that. He had a contract with them, and I'm guessing there's probably more than this one. There could have been reiterations. I'm saying it could have been an original contract, when things were kind of getting formed, and then it get modified and all that kind of thing. I can see that happening. I don't know that, but I suspect that could have happened.
The little bit that I've read, I thought he did mention that there was a promise to redo it, which never happened. To update it.
Yeah, I think there was a promise, but even the one that we have, it's pretty laid out, pretty straightforward and laid out about what he was supposed to get. Again, I'm not.
Colburn's civil case, so we have covered civil.
Yes, we have covered civil. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on Colburn's case. Crazy. That's some of the most insane shit I ever read. Of any, criminal
this
or
might top
civil.
it.
I'm sorry. I say it again.
Well, actually, no. Maybe not. It was pretty darn crazy. But he felt he was that he deserved for the silliest things. Colburn, I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, I think about trying to put myself in his shoes. Early January 2016, man's been out a couple of weeks. He testified that he'd only watched 15 or 20 minutes of it, and decides to take this multi-million dollar lawsuit against this giant corporation, Netflix. Are you kidding me? No. I'll never believe that. Somebody put the gas tank nozzle in his ear and pumped him full of gas, and had him wound up. I'll always believe that. And now, who was that? Was that Brenda? I don't know.
No, possibly.
I suspect it was. Was uh, Griesbach? You know,
Kratz isn't too happy with Greasy Beth, is he?
I can't imagine Griesbach being involved that early.
His competitor, because he
Yeah.
writes this also.
That's right. He is a competitor of Ken Kratz because he's a. I read that and I'm like, what? A competitor? Are you kidding? Are we selling soft drinks now or fast food?
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I thought that was quite comical. Anyway, we got the main filing document and 3 other, I guess you could call them exhibits, because that's what they are. And we'll get to those. One of them, I'm not really sure how to read, take it because of what it is. The hell is it? Yeah, where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Anyway, the main document here is 23 pages total. I think it's probably 20, 21 pages in all. So, if you guys are okay, we can just, take turns reading so no one gets caught. I mean, you can read as much as you want. I don't give a damn. It don't matter to me. So we can kind of pass the hat around, talk
Okay.
about it. If you have something of interest you want to say, in this, as we're going through, you want to make a point, I'm okay with that. Doesn't bother me at all. I will say this before we get started. I'm really looking forward to any replies that we get. Right? I'm talking about from these various defendants. What are they going to say? What's going to be presented? Dot, dot, dot. And I really have no idea. I guess we should start at the top here so we can kind of get everybody introduced properly. 225. Is that too big? No, I think that'd be about right.
Yeah. We have our legal consultant with us, Travis Williams. Hi, Travis.
Oh, Travis is here? Oh, good deal.
He wasn't aware of this, he says.
Oh, yeah, this was filed. You can see this was filed on the 20th, so it's we didn't find out about it till the other day, and
yesterday, wasn't it?
Day before.
Or was it? It was the day before.
Yeah.
Time flies.
And I mean, any federal suit, if you just know a few things, you can look pretty much any federal civil suit up on Pacer. I guess, well, certainly civil. I'm guessing criminal too. So
lawyers, right?
I'm sorry.
Lawyers, or can anybody?
No, anybody can. But if you want to download something, I'm sure lawyers and big law firms they can get a business account. The individual, I think it's 10 or 15 cents a page. If you want to print something off or get a document, I think it's 10 or I can't remember. It's not real expensive. I mean, it's not super cheap.
A page.
Yeah, I mean, it's digital. It's digital unless you print it off at home, so it's kind of like, well, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyone can create a Pacer account.
10 cents a page, Travis says.
Okay. Fair enough. Hey, there's Neverly. Neverly, I know wants to be here, but she's got, she's on the West Coast. She's way, way, way away from me and Susan, and like a trillion miles away from Jay, the other side of the world. Almost. I'm kidding. But it's still a bit early for her. I'm sure she's got work and so forth. Um, so anyway, let's get started here because there's probably going to be quite a bit to talk about, and I don't want to keep to work. I was going to wait, and I thought, let's just go ahead and do this because it's kind of be too far at a time with it because we're already a couple of weeks behind from when it was filed to begin with. A lot of people don't even know about this.
Yeah.
I will say this: am I shocked? I am a little bit because you think about it. Cam came out, 18 months ago when it debuted, fall of 2023. Shooting was really, but aside from the drop in of Candace Owens, I think shooting on Cam was done by early 2021. I'm guessing at that. I'm not part of their, was not involved in their crew, but I just know when we were interviewed, and I suspect probably, we were.
What year was that, Jack?
We got interviewed the fall of 2020. Started in September and ran through late November. Yeah, that's right. The last
5 years ago.
Yep. The last one was moving towards. It wasn't quite Thanksgiving, but it was heading that direction.
Mm-hmm.
I've got that recording somewhere. Stuck in a folder. All right, let's get started here. I'll start us off here, and then we'll pass the torch. In the United States District Court for the Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division. So this is where this was filed at. Ken Kratz versus Transition Studios, Christopher Sean Reck, that's S. Also, Sir Christopher Sean Reck, I'm not sure what that. Oh, different address. Ralph McGreevy, John. When I first saw this, I thought that was John Perrack. I'm like, wait, what?
Oh, I thought of feces.
Yeah. I'm gonna call him Fasek. Yeah.
Okay.
And Andrew Hale. We all know who Andrew Hale is. He's the lawyer in Chicago that defends police officers. I'm not sure why the case. Maybe I guess can't be a case or a judge on here yet.
You also noticed that Kratz is in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I did notice that, and we'd heard that rumor a couple of years ago, or whenever it was. Not been that long. I'm like, no, he's in Wisconsin. He's a Wisconsin guy. I guess not.
Yeah.
I guess not. Anyway, he's got a complaint with jury demand, verified request for injunctive relief, oral hearing requested. So he wants to talk about it. Oh, here we go. We got a few more to add to that list. I forgot about this. Convicting a Murder docuseries LLC also serve Sean Reck's sole member care transition and the Daily Wire. Looks like
Going after a
couple of different addresses. Oh yeah, well, almost everyone. Again, I'm a little shocked after reading this that he didn't include Brenda, but I guess how deep does he think her pockets is, and what could he recover? I don't know. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Anyway, now comes the plaintiff, Ken Kratz, by and through the undersigned counsel, and for his complaint states, alleges, and avers as follows. Preliminary statement. Number one, plaintiff Kenneth R. Kratz brings this cause of action against defendants, Transition Studios, LLC, Christopher Sean Reck, Ralph McGreevy, John Pasek, Andrew Hale, and Convicting a Murder docuseries LLC for multiple instances of breach of contract and unjust enrichment, civil conspiracy, and fraud, and as well as for an accounting.
An accounting.
Oh, and accounting. Okay, all right.
Mm-hmm.
And hold them accountable. Number two, Over the course of several years, beginning in the early 2017, defendants took advantage of plaintiff's diminished public profile caused by vitriol and hate leveled at plaintiff as a result of Netflix docuseries entitled Making a Murderer, in which plaintiff was portrayed as a villain for having faithfully and professionally done his job as a duly elected district attorney in bringing and prosecuting charges against Stephen Avery and Brenda Dassey in order to unjustly enrich themselves at plaintiff's expense. Wow, it's man's fault. Okay. Where have I heard that before? Anyway,
Yeah.
number 3. This civil conspiracy was accomplished when the defendant fraudulently induced plaintiff to sign agreements in which plaintiff was promised monies which defendants, upon information and belief, never intended on actually paying plaintiff, and in fact, to date, have not paid to plaintiff. Number 4. Plaintiff realized the full breadth and scope of this conspiracy in late 2019 and began expressing his concerns in communications with interested parties relative to the defendants in early 2020, which communications, when brought to the attention of defendants, prompted defendants to begin the process of cutting off plaintiff's access to and limiting his expectations concerning the very project he had contracted with them on, ultimately culminating in defendants breaching their contractual arrangement with plaintiff altogether and leading directly to the instant litigation. All right.
Now, I
I'm
kind of
sorry.
understand why he hasn't sued Brenda, because he doesn't have a contract with Brenda, I suppose.
Yeah, she wasn't really named. But he does really kind of get into a little bit later about her actual role within transition,
Right.
and he even questions that capacity, which again, I read it as him throwing her under the bus and then backing the bus up a couple of times and pulling
Right.
forward. Maybe not everyone reads it that way. I just know, I guess maybe my history and other knowledge forces my brain to go that way. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to read too much into it. All right, Susan, you want to read a few of these?
Sure. Parties to this cause of action. Number 5. Plaintiff Kenneth R. Kratz is an individual with an address of 8121 Peach Flare Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89143. Defendant Transition Studios, LLC is a limited liability company duly organized and registered under the laws of the state of Ohio and with an address of so-and-so. Number 7, defendant Christopher S. Reck is an individual with an address of in Columbia Station, Ohio, and upon information and belief, was at all times relevant upon information and belief, was at all times relevant a co-founder, member, and corporate officer of Transition Studios, LLC, with an address of Cleveland, Ohio, and the sole member of Convicting a Murderer docuseries, LLC, with an address in Berea, Ohio. Number 8, defendant Ralph McGreevy is an individual with an address in Huron, Ohio, and upon information and belief, was at all times relevant a co-founder and member of Transition Studios, LLC. Number 9, defendant John Fasek is an individual with an address in Chagrin Falls, Ohio, and upon information and belief, was at all times relevant a corporate officer of Transition Studios, LLC. Number 10, defendant Andrew Hale is an individual whose primary place of business is located at Hale and Monaco in Chicago, Illinois. Defendant Convicting a Murderer docuseries, LLC, is a limited liability company duly organized and registered under the laws of the state of Ohio, whose sole member is, upon information and belief, defendant Christopher S. Reck, and with an address in Berea, Ohio. Number 12. Defendant, the Daily Wire, LLC, is a limited liability company duly organized and registered under the laws of the state of Texas with an address in Nashville, Tennessee. Statement of jurisdiction and venue. Number 13. Defendants Christopher S. Reck, Ralph McGreevy, and John Fasek reside and conduct and transact business. Defendants Andrew Hale and the Daily Wire, LLC, conduct and transact business, and defendants Transition Studios, LLC, and Convicting a Murder docuseries, LLC, each have offices and conduct and transact business within the boundaries of the Northern District of Ohio. Additionally, number 14, the events that have given rise to this cause of action predominantly occurred within the boundaries of the Eastern Division of the Northern District of Ohio. Number 15. Finally, there is diversity of citizenship between the parties to this cause of action above, and the amount in controversy is, upon information and belief, in excess of $75,000, and so this court has jurisdiction over this cause of action. Facts. Kratz facts. Should be interesting.
Oh, yeah.
16. Plaintiff Kenneth R. Ken Kratz, hereinafter Kratz, served as an elected district attorney in the county of Calumet, state of Wisconsin, between 1992 and 2010. In 2005, plaintiff was appointed special prosecutor charged with overseeing the investigation and prosecution of Stephen Avery, hereinafter Avery, with respect to the murder and mutilation of 25-year-old photographer Teresa Habak, hereinafter Habak. Avery's trial and sentencing occurred in 2007. Number 17. In December 2015, Netflix released a 10-part docuseries entitled Making a Murderer, with its main storyline including the possibility that Wisconsin law enforcement and prosecution officials knowingly and intentionally, quote-unquote, framed Avery for Habak's murder. Number 18. Public interest and conversation about the case grew to historic levels after the series release, which included a significant number of the 40+ million viewers believing the false narrative advanced by the series. That is, that local police officers, including Deputy Andrew Andy Colburn, and the prosecution team, led by the plaintiff, he keeps trying to come out, but I'm holding him back, conspired to convict an innocent junk dealer. I like how he capitalized junk and dealer.
Yeah.
An innocent junk dealer, Avery, and his 16-year-old nephew, Brendan Dassey, for the murder of Habak. Number 19. As a result of the Netflix series, vitriol from viewers led to threats against plaintiff, which eventually led to plaintiff's private practice law firm being shuttered.
I noticed he left out. Getting
Yeah.
ran out of his job. Anyway.
Yeah, I left a little bit out there, let's say.
Yeah.
Plaintiff has received constant threats and attempts to, quote unquote, cancel plaintiff's ability to practice law. After specific threats to blow up plaintiff's house were received, plaintiff was forced to move away from his then home in the state of Wisconsin in March of 2020 and to permanently relocate to an, at that time, undisclosed estate in the western United States. Number 20. Due to the attention garnered by the Netflix series, plaintiff was contacted and asked to write a book. which would serve as rebuttal to the Making a Murderer series. Ben Bella Books, located in Austin, Texas, published plaintiff's book titled Avery, the case against Stephen Avery and what making a murder gets wrong in February 2017. Number 21. As demand for additional content grew, plaintiffs signed a development deal with NBC Universal Studios and Blumhouse Productions to create, develop, and sell a Kratz project to a TV or streaming network. Plaintiff provided exclusive trial work products, interviews, and insights as the project created a sizzle reel used to show prospective networks the prosecutor's rebuttal to allegations raised in the Netflix series. Plaintiff participated in 4 pitch meetings with NBC producers and networks. I'm a big deal, guys. Number 22. Plaintiff's agreement with NBC expired on January 31, 2018. Attempts to sell the developed series to one of several networks proved unsuccessful. In January 2018, an attorney by the name of Andrew M. Andy Hale, hereinafter Hale, contacted plaintiff expressing an interest in developing and producing the Kratz project through defendant Transition Studios, LLC in Cleveland, Ohio. Hale claimed that he had served as executive producer on a previous project, A Murder in the Park, where he, Hale, indicated that he, Hale, had partnered with defendant Christopher S. Sean Reck to bring that project to Netflix. Number 23. To convince plaintiff to allow use of his exclusive content and to produce a new 10-part series, docuseries, an offer was made by Hale and his partner, defendant Christopher Sean Reck, the owner of defendant Transition Studios, LLC. On January 15, 2018, the terms of the agreement were reduced to a signed communication entitled Memorandum of Understanding, attached and incorporated by reference in this pleading as Exhibit 1. I find that it's interesting that he signed that before the contract with NBC had ended, which was the end of January.
Yeah, that is interesting. I noticed that when I was reading it the other day, and I don't know if that hurt. I don't know if that hurts him or what. I don't know.
He also said in the beginning here, since early 2017.
Yes.
Oh, that's a little strange.
Well, I think that knowing at least part of what we know that we got from Colburn's lawsuit, I mean, some of this stuff kind of came out prior. I mean, and through other communication documents that we've gotten over the years. I mean, we know he was definitely involved. I didn't know so much about him having any kind of potential contractual agreements with Universal, NBC, and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Travis is asking, what's the timeline? And it said that his, what do you call it? Was it a contract or agreement or whatever with NBC? It's at the top of 23, I think, or 22.
Plaintiff's agreement with NBC. Yeah, expired on January 31, 2018. In January
But
2018, he doesn't give a date when Hale contacted him. He just says
yeah, he does
January.
in the next paragraph. January 15th is when they signed the memorandum of understanding.
I don't know. Maybe by that time, he's getting the writing on the wall, and he says, "Screw it." I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, 24. The January 15, 2018 agreement was signed by defendant Christopher S. Sean Reck on behalf of defendant Transition Studios, LLC, hereinafter Transition, okay, with a promise to plaintiff to present a long-form contract with the same terms on February 1 of 2018. Okay, that's once his deal with NBC expired. A long-form, quote, development and rights acquisition agreement, end quote, was in fact executed by the parties on or about February 2nd, 2018. Hereinafter, the agreement attached and incorporated by reference in this pleading as Exhibit 2. The contract was signed by defendant Christopher Reck under the name of Sean Reck as a member of Defendant Convicting a Murderer docuseries, LLC, and by plaintiff. Upon information and belief, defendant Christopher Sean Reck, hereinafter Reck, is the sole member of Convicting a Murderer docuseries, LLC, hereinafter CAM. Statement of claim, count 1, breach of contract. 25. Plaintiff incorporates by reference each and every allegation contained in paragraphs 1 through 24 as if fully rewritten herein. Number 26. Defendant Reck, DBA, doing business as Defendants Transition and CAM, raised money through loans first on or around February 1, 2018, and additional loans between 2020 and 2023 to produce the 10-part CAMS docuseries. Reck and his agents, including defendants Ralph McGreevy, hereinafter McGreevy, and John Fasek, hereinafter Fasek, have consistently refused to identify the lenders, terms, dates, and amounts of monies received, what collateral was used to secure the loans, what repayment terms there were, and what sources of revenue were used to pay back the loans. Upon information and belief, over $3 million was raised by defendants for the CAM project between 2018 and 2023. Number 27. Section 5BI of the agreement stated, quote, Kratz shall receive a profit participation equal to 15% of the producer's share of net profits, calculated on the same basis as producer's net profit participation, end quote. And as per Section 5C, quote, net profits shall mean any non-returnable revenue arising from the distribution, merchandising, or any other exploitation of the series and or any element thereof, including contingent compensation, format fees, bonuses, and royalties, as well as any additional non-returnable sums actually received by or irrevocably credited to producer and or any of its agents or representatives for its account as a result of any other exploitation of the property and or any element thereof, less expenses. Expenses shall mean a sum equal to any and all actual, direct out-of-pocket costs and expenses actually incurred by producer in connection with the development, production, and post-production of the series, and its efforts to obtain a series commitment as set forth herein, including but not limited to delivery costs. provided that for the purposes of this calculation, the production budget shall be deemed not to exceed $2.5 million, and sales commissions shall not exceed 12.5%. End quote.
Hi. Sorry, my granddaughter's talking in the background.
Yeah, she sounds so cute. Hey, number
Can't
28.
hear you. I got my headphones on. She can't hear you.
Yeah. From the execution of the original agreement dated February 2nd, 2018 to the present, Breck and his agents including McGreevy and Fasette, have failed to identify what, if any, actual direct out-of-pocket costs and expenses have been incurred in the project. Demands for detailed revenue and expense records have been made of Breck and of its agents, including McGreevy and Fasette. Demands have subsequently been made by plaintiff's counsel to Breck, McGreevy, and Fasette for revenues and expense records. Boo. for for revenues and expense records associated with the CAN project. No meaningful response was provided by any of the defendants for over 6 months, accounting at best to bad faith conduct on the part of the defendants. Oh, poor Kratz. Number 29. Section 7, Excise C of the agreement states, quote, Kratz shall be entitled to review and be consulted on the final shooting scripts of the television programs, motion pictures, and other properties produced hereunder, it being understood that further changes to such final shooting scripts may be made by producer, end quote. Well, that kind of cancels out the other, doesn't it? Number 30. On October 29, 2021, attorney for transition Dorothy Richardson provided plaintiff with the following assurances. Quote, though the project isn't completely finished, it is at a point in which transition is comfortable starting the sales process. You will have a chance to review the project before it's delivered. End quote. 31. Despite numerous inquiries from plaintiff to defendants to review the completed episodes before their release to ensure no errors or omissions in the project, plaintiff was denied that opportunity by defendants. Upon information and belief, the Daily Wire released the Convicting a Murderer 10-part series on their streaming platform in consecutive weeks between September and December of 2023. At no time before the release of any of the 10 episodes was plaintiff given an opportunity to review the finished product for errors and omissions. Boy, I bet that made steam come out his ears.
You know it did. No doubt.
And he was probably nervous as hell. Also,
Probably.
I'll quit here in a little bit. Number 32. Upon a cursory review of the finished and released CAM project, plaintiff has identified a substantial number of errors and omissions in the docuseries. Number 33. Although the agreement is silent as to the completion date, REC represented to plaintiff before execution that the, quote, project will be completed by September 2019, end quote. Number 34. The project was not released until September of 2023, 4 years later than represented. The delays in production and completion were not the fault of the plaintiff. According to direct correspondence from REC dated December 25th, 2019, Christmas Day. Plaintiff relied upon representations as to the project completion date and suffered financial and reputational harm as a result of defendant's failure to comply with the representations upon which plaintiff had relied. 35. I told everybody it was going to come out at a certain time,
Right.
and then it didn't. Number 35. After the deal was announced wherein Daily Wire had purchased the series and had set it for release in September of 2023, plaintiff was prevented from speaking with executive producers Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens, or with any of the other producers of Kim, after having been guaranteed input before the release of the project. The intentional exclusion of plaintiff at the post-production stage constitutes a bad faith breach of contract on the part of defendants. On February 6, 2020, plaintiff transmitted a demand for information regarding the status of the CAM project. Specifically, on February 6, 2020, plaintiff again demanded, quote, to be updated regarding whether any sales negotiations are underway and what representations have been made to potential buyers, specifically regarding Ken Kratz's participation in the project and the status of the project. How close to completion is it, end quote. Defendants have consistently failed to provide any meaningful updates to date. One more on 37. On February 23, 2023, plaintiff made the following demand of REF, quote, I would like to talk to the investors directly to share my ideas directly, assuming you are not hiding something from them or me. It should go smoothly. I once again demand to know how much money was raised for this project, from whom, what was the money spent on? The defendant responded to that inquiry with the following, quote, there are no investors, just lenders who are due repayment and royalties, end quote. On August 9th, 2019, however, REC had indicated that, quote, Brad Owen and his wife are the largest investors, end quote. Now, is that what's her name's husband?
Candace, I don't know. I thought of that when I read this the first time. I'm not really sure. Maybe somebody out there that follows her would know that information.
I know it doesn't have an S on the end of Owen. It's Candace Owens, I think, isn't it? With an S?
Yes, that's right. Owens with an S.
He has Brad Owens. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Not sure. What page are we on, Jack?
We are on PDF page 11.
How many PDF pages are there?
It's file page 11 as well. There are 23 pages total. So probably another roughly 20 pages.
I'll go a little longer, if that's okay.
Oh, hey, you read as long. Like I said, you read as long as you want.
Okay. Number 38, Exhibit 1 sets forth the intent of the parties as to the contract terms. The parties had agreed therein that a, quote, long form, end quote, contract would be drafted, quote, with the same terms, end quote, as the January 15, 2018 Memorandum of Understanding. One of the agreed upon terms in Exhibit 1 was as follows, quote, producers will advance Kratz $5,000 by March 1st, 2018 towards existing Avery and any forthcoming Dassey adaptation of book rights for scripted films, with $45,000 due to fully execute rights. This must be fully paid by February 1 of 2020.
Okay. Now we're getting into some of the uh,
Money,
back pocket.
money, money.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's exactly right. And
Mhm.
it's in the contract too. We'll get to that when we show the exhibit.
He
Um,
should be, it shouldn't be legal for him to do that, in my opinion, being the special prosecutor in the case.
yeah, I mean, it really crosses into some really gray um, and red areas to me. Um, I'm not necessarily against, a prosecutor or defense lawyer doing certain things, but as a prosecutor, yeah, it really doesn't look good. You know, that doesn't even get into, everything that happened after 2007. Um, well, I think even a lot of things that happened prior to 2000, the Avery Dassey cases, but some other, a lot of the information that, that we know, and there's even more um, that some folks have gotten their hands on. We'll maybe get into that at another time.
Mm.
Uh, some events that happened in 2013 um, that a lot of people probably are unaware of, and but nonetheless, that's not for consumption tonight. The very thing is that he caused a lot of his own issues with his actions in 2008, 9, whatever. We don't really
Right.
know. We don't
Since
really know everything.
at least 1999, probably way prior to that.
Well, I mean, there was certainly reports that there was some events that happened in the mid '80s when his first
Yeah.
assignment as a ADA that went on in the
Hmm.
office and that were not good. We don't certainly don't have we don't have statements from these people, but regardless,
Right.
uh,
No receipts, only rumors.
correct. Yeah. What is it? What's wrong? What's going on? I
At
don't
the
know what she's saying.
patada.
I don't know what she's saying. She's trying to tell me
So
something,
cute.
but I don't know what it is.
Right.
That learning to
I
talk
love it.
stage, and forming complete sentences. She does
Yeah.
sometimes. She's getting a lot better.
Uh-huh.
Um,
She knows what she's saying.
well, sure she does. Of course she does. But
Uh,
we've got a lot of great conversation going on. Looks like. Um, I did forget to mention if there's. I'm trying to watch, but if there's questions, please put a Q so I can be sure to highlight it and we can get to it. A lot of things, we're probably not going to be able to answer, but some of the things maybe we can. Um, yeah, Crockett, this has always been kind of been an ongoing thing, talking about, people profiting from, something that, is a crime, or reporting, or, the state says it's a crime. This has been going on. It was a really, really big deal back in 2016, 2017. People were just frothing mad, especially the Guilford side. That Netflix and the filmmakers were making all this money off of the death of Teresa, and all this stuff. But the thing is that this is not an unknown. And documentaries have been. I mean, it was the first massively popular, I guess, true crime documentary. It certainly wasn't the first. There have been many before it. The Thin Blue Line. It was pretty big when it came out.
yeah.
There were others too. So because Making a Murderer was so well produced and made, despite any shortcomings, I will say that, despite any shortcomings, um, it told a compelling story, whether you agree
Well,
with it or not.
here, what, over 8 years later? Almost 9
Almost,
years? Or over
almost,
9 years? What is it?
almost 10, almost 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
over
Did
nine
you?
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Travis's answer. Kratz's book was never charged or convicted of a crime. He should have been.
That's a great answer, Travis. It really is. Um,
Uh,
what's
okay,
Travis?
shall we? Oh, okay.
Travis says, page 39, they took the book deal out of the finalized contract. Kratz is alleging they forgot, but if he signed the 2218 agreement, he is screwed on that. Yep.
So that money, that 5,000, 45,000, that's for books for his.
Well, an adaptation, I think
Oh, he's saying paragraph 39. That's the next paragraph.
okay.
But yeah, he's saying that, adaptation of book rights. Okay, for the film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But basically, he's saying that, he's supposed to be paid $5,000, advancing 5,000, and a total of 45,000 due.
50,000 total.
Yeah, but
So they can use this book, have rights.
yeah, but there's more in
this
that
book.
contract. He's supposed to be paid X amount of dollars per month. It's in this memorandum of understanding. You'll see it here when we get to it.
Okay.
Pretty interesting.
Okay. 39, Exhibit 2. The agreement dated February 2, 2018, neglected to restate the terms for the purchase of plaintiff's book rights. Why didn't you catch that, Kratz? You're a lawyer. You didn't read it thoroughly?
Yeah.
Rec assured plaintiff on February 2nd, 2018, that the book rights would be covered in its own future contract, which was never presented for execution. On May 24, 2019, Rec informed plaintiff that he had decided not to pay the $45,000 promised for the book rights, stating that, quote, he had only purchased an option to buy the rights, and the project was opting not to fully execute the deal, end quote. That sounds legal to me. 40. As per Section 4 of the agreement, quote, Kratz will be entitled to an end-roll screen credit in connection with consulting services performed hereunder, the form and placement of which shall be at producer's sole discretion, end quote. Number 41. After the release of Convicting a Murderer, plaintiff was giving no end-roll screen credit for consulting services, or in recognition of the massive exclusive work product and intellectual property provided by plaintiff Kratz to the project. He didn't get any credit.
Nope.
As per Section 6 of the agreement, quote, producer will obtain an errors and omissions insurance policy for the series in a minimum amount of $1 million per occurrence and $3 million in the aggregate, and will name Kratz as an additional insured on such policy. Number 43. Upon release of the project, Kratz was not named as an insured on the errors and omissions policy obtained by REC for convicting a murderer. As a result of those instances of breach of contract by defendants above, plaintiff has been damaged in an amount to be determined at trial, but which amount is expected to exceed $75,000 after the accounting paid for in count 6 of this complaint. What's Travis saying here? He's saying he's screwed on that 50,000 and 45,000. So on paragraph 42 and 43, insurance. Kratz cannot claim damages for not getting that insurance. He didn't allege that he was sued.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. So that probably is going to get knocked off too.
Count 2, unjust enrichment. 45. This is interesting. Plaintiff incorporates by reference each and every allegation contained in paragraphs 1 through 44 as if fully rewritten herein. Number 46. As per section 15 of the agreement, quote, the parties hereby agree to do all such further acts and deeds consistent with the terms hereof that may from time to time be reasonably required to confirm the parties' respective rights and obligations hereunder. The parties further agree to act in good faith hereunder so as to not frustrate the intent of this agreement. End quote. Number 47. Beginning in December of 2019 and thereafter, plaintiff discovered that it was, quote unquote, more probable than not that REC, acting as an executive officer for transition, and CAM used a substantial share of the monies raised for the Convicting a Murderer project to support his own lavish lifestyle and to satisfy personal and business debts which were unrelated to the project.
Wow.
That's a big allegation.
Yeah, it's a huge one.
Number 48. On January 19 and 2020, plaintiff spoke with executive producer of the project, defendant Hale, by telephone, informing Hale of plaintiff's suspicions, and provided historical facts to Hale to support the ongoing embezzlement allegations. After Hale performed his own independent investigation, he assured plaintiff that he would, quote, fix the problem, end quote, and not allow REC to, quote, retaliate or punish plaintiff, end quote, for becoming a whistleblower as to defendant's potential felonious activities. Arrangements were made for a face-to-face meeting to resolve the issue in January of 2020. Number 49. After informing REC of plaintiff's allegations, executive producer Hale never spoke to me again or to plaintiff's legal counsel, allowing REC to retaliate against me for the duration of the contract. After learning of REC's unlawful behavior, Hale signed an agreement drafted by attorney for transition and CAM, Dorothy Richardson, extricating himself from the project, allowing plaintiff and all of the other project investors and stakeholders to suffer financial jeopardy and losses due to the misappropriation of project funds. Affirmative actions by Hale have prevented plaintiff from determining Hale's involvement in fraud and breach of contract and any statutes of limitations as relating to Hale should be told as of January 31, 2020. So can we call him a conspiracy theorist?
It's yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna take a break.
Okay. Jay, do you want to read some?
Go on, I'll give it a go for you.
Sure.
50. On January 29, 2020, plaintiff notified executive producer Hale, attorney for the transition and CAM, Dorothy Richardson, and REC as to the embezzlement concerns, demanding that the project perform an accounting or forensic audit to determine what, if any, misappropriations of funds had occurred. Specifically, plaintiff indicated as follows, quote, based upon what I perceive to be the possible misappropriation of funds, the possible theft of intellectual property, a resurfacing of Mr. REC's drug and alcohol addiction, and apparent unwillingness of any response by Mr. REC, Mr. Hale, or Attorney Richardson as representative of Mr. REC and the CAM project to account for the monies raised for the Avery project. the monies expended in furtherance of the Avery project or financial irregularities, I am withdrawing from the convicting a murderer project. End of quote. 51. On January 30, 2020, attorney Dorothy Richardson, who had identified as the attorney for Sean Reck personally, for transition and for CAM, informed plaintiff that, open quote, you are not legally entitled to unilaterally terminate the agreement or to rescind any of the rights granted. You are not permitted under the agreement to withdraw from the project or take any materials provided to the producers in connection with the project. Also, you are not permitted to shop your project or any third parties. Further, the agreement does not require the producer to provide an accounting of expenses until and unless the series has been sold to a third party. Nor does it require the producer to disclose the amount of investment funds raised. If you proceed with a press release tomorrow or attempt to transfer any of the rights granted under the agreement, or if you permit the use of any of the rights granted for any purpose that would impair the use thereof by the producer, you will be in breach of the agreement. End of quotes. 52. Defendants have continually failed to provide project status or other relevant updates, despite frequent or periodic demands from the plaintiff. As an example, on February 1, 2021, plaintiff wrote to Reck and his attorney Dorothy Richardson, open quote, please provide a meaningful update regarding the project. My question to attorney Richardson is whether an audit or an accounting of the money received by Mr. Reck has been performed with oversight of what the Avery money was spent on. If this audit has not been conducted, why not? End of quote. Number 53. As a result of those instances of unjust enrichment by the defendants above, plaintiff has been damaged in an amount to be determined at trial, but which is expected to exceed $75,000 after the accounting paid in the count V1 of his complaint. Count 3. Conversion of plaintiff Kenneth Kratz intellectual property. 54. Plaintiff incorporates by reference each and every allegation contained in paragraph 1 through 53 as if fully rewritten herein. 55. Exclusive work product and intellectual property regarding the preparations and prosecution of State versus Avery and State versus Darcy were provided to Reck by plaintiff and those individual directed by plaintiff to provide additional reports and files. The exclusive Avery materials proved so valuable to Reck that plaintiff's work, product and intellectual property served as collateral for all of the defendants' Avery product loans. Section 10C of the agreement guaranteed, open quote, each party has not made and will not make any grant, assignment, commitment, or to do any act which might conflict with or impair any of the rights granted to the parties hereunder. Close quotes. So that working file that he said he submitted, is that part of Avery's working file and Brendan Darcy's working file as well?
Say that again, Jay.
So the working project file that he said he sent into them, is that part of the Avery product file as well as the Darcy project file?
Yeah, there's files that he had and took with him when he left the prosecutor's job. I'm sure he had thousands of files. I mean, I don't know that he necessarily had the entire case file, because
It seems to me that those would be the property of the state of Wisconsin or Manitowoc or whatever, and not his to take.
I was going to ask you if that telephone message is in there from the podcast we did about 2 weeks ago. Because he said that was a product file, wasn't he?
Which
when we did that voicemail answer phone message.
I don't think I was here.
I'm trying to remember
we
what we
discussed.
We
were going to do. We done some sort of cast where it was Barbara's voicemail regarding Teresa Hallback.
Oh, or the zipper voicemail.
The
zipper. Yeah, well, there's a couple of things here. I'll pause just a minute before we continue. Back when he was writing his book, now a lot of people know this, and there may be some out there that don't know this. Kratz approached the DOJ because he wanted access to his prosecution files that are, these files from different prosecutors get stored at the DOJ. He wanted access to those files. That Avery Dassey laptop that he was given by the state is also in that. He said that he would bring his own computer, memory, SD cards or whatever, a printer. He would bring all that stuff with him. They wouldn't have to do anything but give him access. Now, according to what they said, they denied him access to that. They wouldn't let him do it. Now, that's as far as we know. With that, that tells me, him doing that he doesn't have the entire case file. I mean, that would be a lot of material to lug around for years, but that still doesn't mean that he didn't have a lot that's not public, not publicized, that we've been trying to get for years. And, we've hit a brick wall now, or at least I have. I'm trying to get anything from the state of Wisconsin or even Calumet County. Strangely enough, Manitowoc has been far more responsive than pretty much anyone. That's weird. So with that said, he did say, when Sunshine Christina got the unfiled warrants back in April of 2022, we found out about the Disturbed Earth search warrant, unfiled warrant. And then therein that, we found out about the blunt and bloody object found in the back of the RAV, and some other things that are really not mentioned or accounted for anywhere within the CASO ledgers. There's other evidence that it just didn't make it in there. But he got quite upset with me on X when I posted it. Well, it really wasn't the first time. I mean, this is something that's been talked about since we got yours got that exhibit list that was prepared in January of 2007. I mean, it wasn't new. Maybe new to him because, he said he hadn't been back on social media, and he got quite miffed at me over it. Said that exhibit list was work product. How did I get my hands on it? Hey, I didn't, number one.
Yeah.
And it was got by an open records request. So, and this gets into, I'm not going to say too much, but this gets into, I guess, Kratz turning over material to, you can see here in 56, talking about Brenda Schuler, and she became a large part of the CAM project. It gets into that. Travis has got a good comment here. Travis says, I'm happy to explain exactly what would be Kratz intellectual property and what isn't. It's essentially the same as the IP of Griesbach, John Farrack, etc. Yeah, I don't think necessarily turning over documentation that came from the state is intellectual property. I can't see that. Came from a criminal case, It's not his. I mean, he's got it, but unless he got it through open records, which I don't think he did, these files that haven't been made public, I don't really understand how he can claim that. I don't know what else he turned over. We've not been given access to any of that as far as intellectual property, other than pages from his book, right? So
Yeah, that information is not his. To claim.
yeah, I'll say a little more after we get done reading about this turning over information to Brenda. I'll talk a little bit more about it. We can talk about other things too, but anyway, that's all I've got about that. I don't know if that answered your question, Jay. He did call it. He did call that portion I had clipped and highlighted. It clearly says that the zipper voicemail was seized. And how would he know that? How would he have that 15 months later? It disappeared. It's not mentioned anywhere in any documents after Dettering filed that report and said that, Dennis Jacobs is the one that went back to the zippers and made the recording. It disappeared down a black hole. And then it pops up again 15 months later that he didn't have a copy. Come on, man. Really?
Dennis died.
And Dennis died. Yeah. Anyway.
I shall carry on, is it?
Yep.
Okay. Plaintiff alleges that the transfer to the plaintiff's intellectual property rights to a third party violated those express terms of the agreement with defendants. 56. Upon information and belief, or in or around 2018, transition employee Brenda Schuler, hereafter Schuler, gave exclusive case material and insights to attorney Michael Griesbach, hereafter Griesbach, directly leading to the filing of the lawsuit in federal court against Netflix by Andy Colburn in December of 2018. Griesbach is a competitor of plaintiff, having written at least 2 books on the Stephen Avery cases. Upon information and belief, Schuler and Griesbach also concluded to exclude plaintiff from the Netflix civil case filings, all to plaintiff's financial and reputational detriment.
So, was he expecting to join in that lawsuit? Is that what he's saying? Alluded to exclude me from the Netflix civil case filings.
Well, I don't know if he's necessarily. Yeah, it kind of reads that way, or at least his participation in that. Which again, I think would have been a gigantic mistake on his part to have participated in that.
What financial? How does that cause financial detriment to him?
At that point in time, I have no idea because his law firm was closed by then. It was done. So
had he acted for Andrew Colburn at all?
Say that again, Jay.
Had Ken Kratz acted for Andrew Colburn?
No.
So maybe no payment had been made at that particular point, and maybe he's got fees outstanding.
Not that I've ever been aware of. Every lawyer that Coburn approached up until this whole thing with Griesbach got started, and him suddenly retiring and filing the lawsuit, as far as I know, no lawyer would touch that case. They wouldn't do it, and there were several. I don't think we have an email on all of them, but I think we know of at least 5 or 6 that he contacted, and they turned him down.
So is he also saying then that if Netflix had handed over money to Colburn, he was to receive a share? Is he saying that's the reason why he's not getting his financial?
Well, that's possible if he'd have won, but with the case they
Yeah,
had,
but we all know he hadn't. I mean,
Yeah.
there was no money.
no,
And
unless there's
how did
unless
that
there was
further, shine on his reputational detriment? How did that further?
unless there was
Extend
unless there was some backroom conversation that maybe he was going to join
Yeah.
Griesbach in that lawsuit as a lawyer and potentially get some kind of financial.
Right.
I'm not really sure. I can't fully answer that. Maybe Travis has some ideas and thoughts about number 50.
Brenda and Griesbach colluded to exclude
him. Yeah.
Yeah,
from the civil case
colluded.
filings.
I mean, how does he know that? I mean, that needs specific evidence. That needs something specific that he can point to and say, "Hey, you had a conversation to keep Kratz out, no contact, or whatever." That's what it says to me. But Travis is more on the legal side of it. Number 56.
Oh, wait a
Anyway.
minute. I'm asking Travis because do you think that he wanted to be a lawyer on the case?
Yeah, that's the only thing that I can think of. Nothing else really comes to mind as to
Yeah.
how he could have financially and reputationally, But
Yes.
the truth is that, well, hey, come on, let's just be straight here. These communications, this 3-way communication that Griesbach had with Coburn and with Brenda involved, and they're having attorney-client conversations in front of her. That removed the attorney-client privilege completely.
That's
It
right.
destroyed it, and that's why he left the case. He had to know better. He had to know better. She's not a lawyer. She's not part of his, one man. Well, maybe he may have had a paralegal or two helping him out. I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't think that hurt his reputation by not being a lawyer on that case.
I can't say Duke is completely off the mark here. Basically, used my stuff and didn't invite me to the lawsuit, so now I'm suing them for leaving me out.
Yeah.
That's a lot of the gist of it. That's kind of what I'm getting. Well, I would think so, Neverly, because him being the former prosecutor and involved, criminally. But again, I'm no legal eagle. I don't know.
He wasn't disbarred, Travis. He was never disbarred. He just had to take 6 months off or something.
Yeah, I don't remember him being disbarred, but maybe I'm misremembering it. But I do know that he there was there for a time he didn't renew his lawyer. They got that yearly thing that I think he let lapse. But anyway, all right. Yeah, let's
move on.
Yeah, let's move on. 57.
57. On January 29, 2020, plaintiff sent correspondence to Attorney Dorothy Richardson, counsel for REC, Transition and CAM, demanding to know the defendant's role in transferring his intellectual property. Open quote. I am demanding to know whether your client was involved or complicit with the theft of my intellectual property, the stuff I produced or developed, more specifically for this project. You will know it is my stuff because I can prove all the earlier drafts of those materials I created. The early drafts of those materials is how you know it's document that you can prove was yours, but later stolen and either sold or given away to a competitor. The redistribution of any of those copyrighted, protected, and exclusive materials of mine to a third party, many less one of our competitors, example, Mike Griesbach, is theft in criminal court and conversion in a tort claim. That distinction is for your client. When he asks how he can be charged with both criminal theft and be sued for his civil conversion, the same facts, I'm sure he'll be told why he, his company, are not just an employee/agent who will be allowed to leak the materials. Her name is Brenda Schuler. Her husband owns an international company if you were considering whether to impede someone. If your client won't answer that question, whether that helped Brenda fuck me in my reputation further, how do you expect me to continue down this path with him?
So, I'm
sorry, I would have blanked that out, but I just carried on reading.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh no, it's
We use that word.
you're reading the exact text of the document, so you did the right thing. When I read that, I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
So he's
58.
basically before we move forward with that, he's basically saying that Sean helped Brenda screw him and his reputation.
Yeah. Gone now.
Wow.
There we go. 58. Defendants contractually became plaintiffs' agents with respect to the protection of plaintiffs' intellectual property. Specifically, Section 14 of the agreement states as follows. Producer may prosecute any action, and Kratz irrevocably grants to the producer full power and authority to do so in Kratz's name and to take any and all of the steps as producer. In producer's sole discretion may elect to restrain and prevent others from so using such rights. Kratz further agrees to execute, acknowledge, and deliver to producer any and all further documents, assignments, and other instruments in form approved by counsel for producer, necessary or expedient to carry out, effectuate the purposes and the intent of the parties herein expressed and or as deemed necessary or desirable to establish or defend producer's title to any material created hereunder or rights granted hereunder. If Kratz shall fail to execute and deliver any such assignment or any instruments within 10 days of being presented, producer shall be deemed to be, and Kratz irrevocably appoints producer the true and lawful attorney in fact of Kratz to execute and deliver any all such assignments and other instruments in the name of Kratz, which right is coupled with an interest. Producer shall provide Kratz with copies of such instruments or documents executed, verified, acknowledged, and delivered by producers on Kratz's behalf hereunder. Provide that producer's inadvertent failure to provide such copies will not be deemed a breach hereunder. God, that was a bad bit.
That was a mouthful. Holy crap.
59. Rec has denied any knowledge of his employee Schuler having transferred plaintiff's intellectual property without plaintiff's consent. On February 9, 2019, however, Rec wrote to Cam's legal counsel, 10 Gerdes, is it?
Yeah.
Communicating the following discovery. One of the producers, Brenda Schuler, has amassed thousands of pages of data, evidence, photo, videos, transcript, etc., while researching for a couple of authors whose books they wrote on the Darcy Avery situation. She has shared the library with us, and I just learned she shared it with Andy Colburn, defamation's lawyers. 60. As a result of those instances of conversion of plaintiff's intellectual property by defendants above, plaintiff has been damaged in an amount to be determined at trial, but which amount is expected to exceed $75,000 after the accounting paid for in-count VI of this complaint. It must be 6 or 7, isn't it? Depending what.
It's 6. Roman numeral 6.
What the Roman numerals are. Count IV fraud. 61. Plaintiff incorporates by reference each and every allegation contained in paragraphs 1 through to 60 as if fully rewritten herein. 62. Fraudulent representations made by the defendant to induce plaintiff to participate in, via the agreement and otherwise, and then remain involved with, the project included without limitation. A. On January 7, 2018, Rec wrote to plaintiff, asking to be given an opportunity to make the Convicting a Murderer docuseries. I believe we are the perfect production company to make this docuseries. Clear your name, correct the record, and restore some of the things you lost as a result of making a murderer, including your financial security. If you entrust us with your story, you will be honoured to deliver a well-made, persuasive, clinical dissection of making a murderer, with some fascinating human interest stories woven in for good measure, the lengths of which Avery supporters went to personally hurt those on your side. B. Rec represented to plaintiff that Convicting a Murder project was an Emmy award-winning director, producer Brandon Kimber overseeing the production. On February the 6th, 2020, plaintiff notified the attorney for the Convicting a Murderer project. I've told you that Mr. Rec has failed to provide notice of project status. Mr. Rec hid the fact from me that Brandon Kimber, an Emmy award-winning DP for Transition Studios, had left Mr. Rec's employ. Why wasn't Ken Kratz informed of Kimber's departure in a timely manner, so that Mr. Kratz could determine if he wished to leave the project? Clearly, the initial representations made to Kratz about who was making the project, Brandon Kimber, with his awards so prominently displayed by Mr. Rec, without Rec's false representations and omissions of relevant updates regarding Brandon Kimber, plaintiff would not have continued to participate in the project, or at the very least would have publicly distanced himself from the project. C. Defendant was told of many occasions during the pre-production, production, and post-production phases of the project that Schuler would have no direct involvement in the production of Convicting a Murderer. Representing the basis for his clear position, plaintiff communicated to defendants. What continued involvement does Brenda Schuler have with the project? Has Ms. Schuler been given any authority other than fact checker as represented by Mr. Reck? Is Ms. Schuler a producer on CAM? Will Ms. Schuler have any further access to CAM materials, or will she be all involved in this project at any point in the future? I reiterate, I believe Ms. Schuler has stolen intellectual property from me and transferred same without my consent. I made the same allegation regarding the CAM materials, since I was told that Ms. Schuler had no authority to transfer, sell, or give away materials either created or gathered by Ken Kratz, any of his agents, or the materials gathered in direct advancement of the CAM project. Defendant continually notified plaintiff that Brenda Schuler is nothing more than a fact checker on the project and is not a producer. Plaintiff alleged that, without the defendant's false representations regarding his fact, plaintiff would not have continued to participate in the project, or at the very least would have publicly distanced himself from the project. Indeed, upon information and belief, Schuler had no education, training, or experience in filmmaking prior to 2018. Schuler had served as plaintiff's fact checker on his Avery-related projects, including his published book, Avery, The Case Against Stephen Avery, and What Making a Murderer Gets Wrong, and his own docuseries project, developed and shopped by NBC Universal Studios, with collaboration from Blumhouse Productions between 2016 and 2017. As such, Schuler was incompetent to give producer status on the Convicting a Murderer project. Schuler, in fact, was named as a producer of Convicting a Murderer by REC as early as January of 2019, despite having no filmmaking background. Schuler is listed in the end roll screen credits on the www.imdb.com as a producer of the Convicting a Murderer project.
Who's jealous?
Oh, he is really, because he's not going to appear on anything else, is he? D. Between 2020 and 2023, REC, in conjunction with his agents, made material false representations to media sources about the true status of the Convicting a Murderer project, including intentional misrepresentations as to how close the Convicting a Murderer project was to completion. Plaintiff alleges that without REC's false representations to the media regarding the expected date of completion, plaintiff would have not continued to participate in the project, or at the very least would have publicly distanced himself from the project given REC's continued public deceptions. 63. As a result of those instances of fraud by defendants above, plaintiff has been damaged in an amount to be determined by trial, but at which an amount is expected to exceed $75,000 after the accounting paid for the count 6 of his complaint. Count V, I'm assuming that's going to be 5. Civil conspiracy. 64. Plaintiff incorporates by reference each and every allegation contained in paragraphs 1 through to 63 as if fully rewritten herein. 65. The defendant's unlawful conduct, as alleged above, constitutes a malicious combination involving 2 or more persons to injure plaintiff in a way not to not to competent, God, lost my tongue now. Not a competent one alone, constituting a civil conspiracy. 66. Specifically, upon information and belief, defendant Rec, McGreevy, Fawcett or and Hale conspired as individuals under the
Auspices.
auspices of the corporate structure of defendant transition, and in the case of the defendant Rec, also under the auspices of
Yes.
defendant Cam, to engage in the unlawful conduct above, to plaintiff's detriment and to the detriment's benefit, as evidenced not only in the unlawful actions themselves, but the refusal of each of the defendants to communicate with plaintiff as to project updates and other project status requests, except through legal counsel and/or by the way of obfuscation and alleged above. 67. As a result of those instances of civil conspiracy by the defendants above, plaintiff has been damaged in an amount to be determined at trial, but which is expected to exceed $75,000 after the accounting paid in the count 6 of this complaint. Count 6, which is accounting. 68. Plaintiff incorporates by reference each and every allegation contained in paragraphs 1 through 67 as if fully rewritten herein. 69. A business and fiduciary relationship between the plaintiff and the defendant. 70. Plaintiff is owed money by defendants which remains unknown, and which many defendants have failed to remit to the plaintiff. 71. The amount plaintiff is owed cannot be calculated without an accounting. 72. Defendants are, upon information and belief, in possession of the information necessary for the calculation, but have denied plaintiff access to it such that plaintiff would be able to determine the amount that he is owed. 73. Plaintiff remedies are potentially inadequate in order to fully pursue his claims against the defendants. 74. Additionally, plaintiff further states that unless they are enjoined from doing so, plaintiff believes that defendants will remove, abscond, or hide assets which cause plaintiff irreparable harm. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, in the light of foregoing, the plaintiff Kenneth R. Kratz prays for judgment against the defendants Transitional Studios LLC, Christopher Sean Rack, Ralph McCready, John Fawcett, Andrew M. Ale, and Convicting a Murderer docuseries LLC as follows. An order for the Honourable Court enjoining the defendants from releasing any monies to be claimed by the plaintiff under the terms of the Development and Rights Acquisition Agreement executed by the parties on or about February 2nd, 2018, from the date of the issuance of the order through the pendency of this action, the affidavit of the plaintiff Kenneth R. Kratz in support of his injunctive relief is appended hereto and incorporated by reference herein. B. That the oral hearing as to the injunctive relief prayed for be scheduled by this Honourable Court as soon as practical. C. An accounting pursuant to count 6 of this complaint. D. A judgment for compensatory damages against the defendant as to counts 1 through 5 above in an amount to be determined by trial, but which an amount is expected to exceed $75,000 after the accounting paid for above. E. The judgment for punitive damages against the defendants as to the counts 1 through 5 will be an amount to be determined at trial, but which an amount is expected to exceed $75,000 after the accounting paid for above. F. An order awarding the plaintiff Kenneth R. Kratz the costs incurred in this litigation, including any attorney fees, and G. Any and such other relief his Honourable Court deems just and proper. Respectfully submitted by Robert E. Alderman. Law Offices for Robert E. Alderman of 49 West Orange Street, Suite 1, Chargrill Falls, Ohio 4402. I'm not reading out his phone numbers.
Yeah, he wants the jury demand pursuant to Rule 38 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. The plaintiff hereby demands a trial by jury on all issues which are so triable. And that's it for the filing. Now there's some attachments we'll get to here in a minute, but before we do that, let's pop this off, and if there's anything, I haven't had a chance to really watch the comments too much. Susan, thoughts? Come on now, be honest.
There was a comment by Travis, made me laugh. Let's see. Well, here's one thing. Only Kratz's notes would be his intellectual property. His emails, case materials, legal filings, interviews while prosecutor, etc. None of that is intellectual property.
Yeah, I agree.
There's the one. Judge is going to laugh at this. What idiot would believe that your reputation could be restored? Although the emails to Andy were similar. I think Kratz's wife wrote this, he said.
Oh, Leah, yeah. Well, I mean, clearly he's, you can tell it's him talking, despite this lawyer, Robert, what's his name? Adelman, yeah. Despite him signing it, don't know. Obviously, we don't know anything about this lawyer at all. So
yeah, sounds to me like Kratz wrote it.
Well, it's definitely I don't know quite the word to use to describe it. It's typical Kratz, or I don't want to be mean to the guy. Feels he's been cheated, and it looks like he has some, what do you call it? He did have some kind of agreement in place. Whether we agree or not that agreement would cover everything that he's claiming, I couldn't say. I just don't know. Not legally savvy enough to have that kind of knowledge.
I read what Travis is writing. I'd forgotten that things went super sour on this deal, and Wisconsin Bar Journal reported on this. During an interview with convicting producer Sean Reck defended Cam and reminded Kratz a non-disclosure agreement is in place. We believe we created the most enlightening and entertaining product. Kratz, has a lot more to say about this case, and he's allowed to make his own project. We can't stop that, Rex said. I'm aware of his displeasure of how the story was told. However, we have a mutual non-disclosure agreement. So I will leave it at that, Rex said. Yeah.
Yeah, there are NDAs. I mean, we had to sign NDAs. Otherwise, we
Mhm.
could talk a lot more about
Yeah.
the things that we discussed, but we really can't play the recordings that we made. Each of us made. Those of us that did during those interviews, and that's fine.
Yeah. ACV says, did they make a profit on the production? We don't know. Perhaps they're loath to disclose. I'm guessing they lost money on it, but I don't know. And obviously, Kratz doesn't know either because he's begging for an accounting of everything.
Yes, yes. I mean, we don't really know ACV. Um, there's some exhibits I'm going to show, and I got to be honest with you. One of them I don't really know how to read it because it talks about there's money involved here in this exhibit, which is, well, we'll take a look at it here shortly. But overall, this I don't know how far this would go. I don't know the process of civil procedure. I know it varies. It's probably going to have some variance as how rules may be applied in certain states. Again, I don't know that because this is clearly a federal suit. So I'm not sure how that works. Uh, but I'm pretty sure that there are some variants that can apply even to a federal suit in each state. So I'm curious as to how this will be received and what the process is for it to move forward. I'm also really interested in what replies are going to say.
Do they have a
Yeah.
time frame in which to respond?
He might survive the breach of contract claim. Travis says a significant number of the causes of action will be tossed.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead and do that if you want, Susan. We can do that now or do that. Did you get my message on Discord?
I did, but I don't think I have a way of doing this.
Crockett's got a question here. I haven't been listening to AI, however, has defendants responded? We don't have any. No, I haven't seen anything yet. But I imagine it won't be very long till we'll see some kind of response. Again, I'm not.
Me too, Travis.
Yeah, I'm not savvy enough to understand between civil and criminal how civil really works. I don't know if the judge can say, "Hey, you don't really have enough here to move forward." And the things that we don't have everything that's on Pacer, but we've got enough because the other stuff, I'm sure we can get it later, but
Do you know if those guys were paid for ma'am or for Cam? You mean, Travis?
yeah, I think that's what he's
I
talking about.
guess. Yeah. I have no idea.
Yeah, we don't really know. I suspect some of the people that were in it probably received something. I got to be honest. I as much as Candy and Earl were on in the first 3 episodes, I can't believe they didn't receive some kind of compensation, whether it be money or some kind of gift or. Give me just a second, guys. I got to mute for just 1 minute. You go ahead and talk.
I was just going to say I did Google Candace Owens' husband's name, and it wasn't that Brad Owens.
Yeah, it didn't have an S on the end of the last name, so
No. So I doubt he is actually her husband.
Travis, are you interested in coming on? There's an open mic. Do you want to come on and give your opinion?
All right, I'm back.
Yeah. So there's no more Cam coming after this then, unlike Making a Murderer where they had 20 episodes. Cam is just 10 over and done with, and that's it.
Well,
Are you
yeah, as far as,
still? Sorry.
no, I'm
Just
back. I'm
wanted to
sorry.
Ask Travis if he's still in Discord.
He's not. He's not.
Oh,
I can put the link in
okay.
the chat
Okay.
There you go, Travis. You can join. Yeah, I mean it's we can call it whatever. He feels like he got ripped off. I'm not smart enough to say he did or didn't, but I think he might have a little basis of something. But okay. Here's Travis right now. Travis, welcome.
Hey, Travis. You're muted, I think. Can't hear you.
No, he's not muted.
Hello. No, I
There you are.
had to turn down my YouTube deal so you wouldn't get pounded with an echo, you know.
Oh,
deal.
yeah.
I was doing that on the fly. How y'all been?
Good.
Good. Are you?
Good. Everybody doing all right?
Yeah. Saw you
Well,
pretty active in the Delphi case.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Well,
followed that
kind of got
closely.
drug into that because the start defense diaries. I don't know how I came across them, but
Ellen Alley.
yeah, and I came across them very, very early because, as Jack knows, and Susan and everybody, that they started to do some really good episodes, a fresh new look. That was the timing on it was really good. That and the premise was, well, we're going to look at this. We're not going to just accept what Making a Murderer said, although they did say that they saw Making a Murderer when it first came out, and it was very, very compelling to them. But they wanted to take a fresh look, not being led one way or the other by, apologize for that, scam or ma'am. And
Right. They
so
come to their own conclusions. Yeah.
and it was great. And then a series of cases came up. It was just one right after another, and they've never been able to get back. And you guys would know better than me on how this stuff's monetized and whatnot. I've never had a channel, never been interested. I've said on
Bob does it for a living, really.
why I do this. And and Bob was practicing full time and gave up full-time practice. Allie's taken it all over. So they really need to be conscious of their numbers, ratings, whatever the hell you call them. But because they have kids and all the other stuff, and Bob wanted to give it a try, and but
they do say they're gonna get back to Avery when probably after the Reed trial, maybe. That's such a
every chance I get, I put a bug in Bob's ear, and but I'm hoping they do, because they were really, in my view, doing a pretty darn good job of it. And despite what criticisms were generated by scam of
Yes.
MAM. They, I don't want to say adopt. They were articulating at least 95% of the criticisms that people had about the case, regardless of how they got into the case, whether it was MAM and then followed up. But they're going through CASO and articulating many of the problems that people saw with the investigation. And I'm trying to remember the last episode, how far they got. But anywho, what do you guys
I've
want to
listened.
know?
I think Jack's listened to it. I've listened to it. Have you listened to their podcast, Jay?
Yeah, I used to listen to it, and I used to chat as well online when they were on. But yes, they do various cases. They're quite interesting, actually.
Yeah. Agreed.
And yeah, so it's kind of neat. And then and we did one thing on that. Jack was involved in Jeremy, and but they kind of saw the same thing too about the what generated the whole Netflix thing, which kind of dovetails into what you're going over tonight. But in that famous scene in Colburn, were you looking at this plate? And he holds it up when you called in this number, and Colburn gives that lame answer, and it's okay. Well, let's file a lawsuit over this. But they didn't realize that the foul play crew had gotten those audio files, and it kind of puts that together, and that no, he was across the street in a church waiting for two guys to show up, and
Remaker and Dettering.
Yeah, and but so the point of that was that when you don't have the complete story, it's left speculation. That didn't excuse. There still was nothing improper about what the defense team did in its cross-examination of Andy Colburn. They weren't provided those audios. And, the story of how those audios came up, a hearing the summer before, and they're doing this hearing, and they, whoever the detective was on the stand said, wait a minute, in preparation for this pretrial hearing, you listened to radio calls? Yes.
That was Remaker.
Remaker, yeah.
And, well, we've requested those, Judge, and the judge is like, hey, you guys go get that stuff over lunch. And then they came back with a CD that had 50 or so calls, and
30.
And but not the calls that were from the parking lot and leading up to the search of, or the contact with the zipperers. Those weren't on there, which means they didn't have them, so they couldn't have had a bad faith, nefarious motive to make him look bad. That's what they had. They're
and that's on the prosecutor. Whoever.
Yes, absolutely. So, even though it clears up the misconception, because the thing I saw is that people for years, a decade, kept thinking and, repeating, hey, no, he was across the street. I mean, he's clearly looking at the RAV when he calls in those plates. And It's like, well, no, we kind of foul play kind of solved that mystery. It still is shady conduct on the prosecutor, that they were listening to radio traffic. And the thing was, Kratz couldn't rehabilitate Colburn. He couldn't have said, okay, we've reviewed some things, Sergeant Colburn. Where were you when you called in that plate? Have you reviewed anything that's refreshed your recollection? Yeah, I listened to radio traffic, and actually I was across the street waiting for the other guys to show up, and they asked me to call in the plate. I did it, and then it came back. And yeah, I'm sorry. I misremembered, and I said, I thought it could be this or that, but we know for sure because I went back and listened. Well, he couldn't do that because, like Susan and you guys have been saying forever, they never turn that stuff over.
No.
And so in any event, then that kicked. And I said on this program many times when we were going through the pleadings and trying to explain the federal court lawsuit and the Netflix that I don't think Griesbach and the other attorneys representing Colburn, I don't think they ever requested them. I mean, if you guys could get them with a Freedom of Information request, they could have been subpoenaed easily by his civil team. And I don't think they ever did it, because wouldn't your position be that, they made me look horrible. They made me look horrible. And here's what the true answer is, because Colburn doubled down on that story in Scam, didn't he?
In Scam, he sure did. Well, he made up
Yep.
the story about writing on his knee.
Right.
While driving and
While
talking on his cell
driving.
phone.
Right.
Talking on cell phone.
Right. Now I realize that interview was probably 4 years before, but
Still, that information was out, or they.
It's like I can't remember who it was that your team that got him or when, but I remember when y'all started playing them.
It was Rookie.
And I'm like, I was in chat. I wasn't on the line. And in caps, I said, stop. Play that last one again, please. Play. And I'm like, hello. That just solved the thing. And people were like, how or what? And I'm like, and I'm asking Jack in chat, I said, is there a church across the street from Zipperers? And Jack's like, yeah, there is. There is. And it's like, some of those radio calls created many more questions, but every once in a while it kind of answered what was going on. But
what year did Rookie get those, Jack?
So early 2022, right around the time that it was, or actually a little bit before Sunshine Christina got the unsigned warrants in April of 2022. It was like,
okay,
I want to say it was February of 2022.
Good hell.
Yeah, the thing that
Okay.
the thing that most bothers me about that whole thing, Travis, here's my real problem, is that, and I guess I can see this another way, but Link had a meeting at HQ, Manitowoc HQ, at 8:00 that night, and Coburn went. Remaker was there, Dettering. There were several in that meeting, and somehow Coburn didn't know that SWH 582 belonged to Teresa. Now, could that happen? I guess in the big scheme of things, but that's the real bothersome. And then, I can play the radio call. Remaker, they makes contact with the radio with Colburn, and he says, "Hey, did you find out where that license plate came from?" And Colburn says negative. And then 1 minute later, he's calling dispatch. Right?
Right.
But
No, he says, do we know what that plate comes back to? Negative. He says, do it. He ordered Colburn to run the plate, and he calls it in. But now, to your point, and that's the thing Jeremy caught. For years, people thought, says, do we know what that plate comes back to? Negative. For years, people thought whoever was on the radio, Remaker, they thought he said 10-4. When Jeremy listened to it, his transcription, it says, do it. And then I called up Jeremy and I said, are you sure? He goes, listen to it. And it's one of those things with audio, if you get primed, there's a video on YouTube, the Stairway to Heaven lyrics in reverse. And it's done by the publisher of Skeptic Magazine. And he plays Stairway to Heaven in reverse, and it's got all of the garbled English in reverse stuff. And then the premise is when you listen to it and you've never heard it before, and he says, okay, what's it say? Does anybody hear anything? And it's a mishmash. But if you put that up against text that's coming out as you're following along, then you hear Satan, devil, all of this stuff that nobody hears before. But I was
The
kind
suggestion.
of primed. I was primed that you just said, okay, 10-4, and it doesn't say 10-4. You said, do it. And
the question about that, Travis, is they had just come from a meeting back at the police station. They had all had a meeting before they went out there, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And
they had a meeting.
They had Teresa's license plate number.
Yes, they did.
So why are they asking him to call it in?
Well, listen to the call. You guys make your own decisions. Because
nobody ran it. So they were given information from Calumet. We've got whatever that call was, missing persons. They used a different thing. They were provided information about what Calumet had run. And then as they're driving over there, Remaker said, yeah, we're on our way. He says, I'm here in the church parking lot, wait for you guys. He comes back. Do we know what that plate comes back to? So, and he negative. So Jeremy's interpretation, which I think is reasonable, regardless of what happened in that meeting, all kinds of crazy stuff could have happened in that meeting. None of this answers that, but what's answered is Remaker wants to know, Andy, do you know what the plate comes back to? There's also been speculation that somebody went down and talked to the dispatcher in person, and there's another run on when the plate was run through the plate system. But
yeah, I've seen a list of them.
But
It was
there's
done
just
a bunch of times.
there's absolutely no question on the time that that the
when he ran it.
time that they order him to run the plates, do it. And he does by phone. That all lines up. And, the other stuff, I agree. It doesn't answer any of that. Doesn't answer a lot of things, but I just, Jeremy said, yeah, you would want to. And this is one of the things, again, about Bob and Allie's presentation on it. Bob and Allie's, without knowing any of this, in their presentation about this episode, because they're kind of going through episode by episode, they said, well, Allie asked the question, do anybody out there in law enforcement know, is this something you would want to independently check? And Jeremy says, yeah, you probably would want to independently check, because you don't, if they've run it, they're one off. Y'all have heard stories about, warrants. They've stopped the wrong car, go into the wrong house. That's how that happens. If you don't independently do it, you just copy and paste and you don't do the independent check. But, it's, that was, it's just one example of how, as they were going through it, they raised the question. And then they have Facebook chats as part of their thing. And people were talking about that. And Jack's in there. And I'm like, Jack's got the answer. Put a link to the deal. And then there was something about there's another, he runs another plate. And Jeremy, who's a reserve sheriff's deputy in one of the southern states, he says, okay, he's on foot, and he's got, a mic up to his walkie-talkie on his belt, and he's calling in the plate of somebody in the driveway. And then he said, we're trained to do that. You run the plates of every vehicle that's associated with the home you're going to do a walk and talk on, because you want to see if any come back with, felon. You want to know who you're dealing with. So we're trained to do that. And that was consistent. And so all of that kind of fit together. But, there's still many other questions. But, it's just a good example of stuff you guys found that not even Colburn's lawyers apparently couldn't find, because you would think that would have come out in the civil suit instead of Colburn double downing on this thing that popped into his head. But it's interesting. Kratz. I'd forgotten that whatever the Wisconsin Law Journal is, they had interviewed Kratz about scam. And
Yes.
Kratz had this narcissistic thing that, mistakes were made by everybody else, not me. Had nothing to do with what, the trouble I was in afterwards for this other stuff. It was, detectives law stuff. This happened, that happened. Everybody else but him. And then he starts firing bullets at Rack. And
He seemed to conveniently leave that out of his lawsuit.
Yeah. So, but
your overall on it. I mean,
yeah.
you think they'll?
So just the way things work in a civil case in federal court, which most states pretty much follow the federal rules in their state cases, but so when you file a lawsuit in federal court, what the plaintiff files is called a complaint. And then after you file the complaint, the defendants, after they're served, have between 20 and 30 days to file a responsive pleading. That can either be an answer, which you just go paragraph by paragraph. The defendant denies paragraphs, list them off, and then don't have sufficient information to admit or deny, and then admit in part, deny in part. And for the most part, those get all denied. And then you can put some affirmative defenses like statute of limitations and some of that. What I think will probably happen, since some of these things are just so out there, if and I didn't see the exhibit, but I mean, if there's a written contract between the two of them,
I'm going to show it.
There's potential, for a breach of contract claims. But for example, that cause of action about, they released information to my competitor, and that it deprived me of being involved in the legal filings of the Netflix civil case. And you didn't say, they denied me the right to be a plaintiff, because pretty tough. And Susan kind of pointed that out to me, and I'm like, yeah, you didn't say a party. It denied me the right to be a party. Said denied me the right to be involved in the legal filings. And I think he's just making a big stretch there, because and I said, it's just absolutely crazy. It'd be like as absurd as Stephen filing a lawsuit from prison against the producers of Scam for depriving him the opportunity to be involved in Colburn's lawsuit. And it's like that's just crazy. But that's just as crazy. I mean, you have no right, unless there was some prior deal that he, if as an attorney, you meet with two different people and say, yeah, I'm going to represent you. I've already signed up Andy Colburn, and we'll go in on this lawsuit together. You might have two separate attorneys and you're both plaintiffs in the lawsuit, a lot of different things. Or you could be an attorney in the suit, entitled to a portion of a fee, and you get squeezed out improperly. I mean, there's a cause of action for that, but that's a specific thing. It's called tortious interference with contract. And as a matter of fact, that's how we know so much about the fees and whatnot in Stephen's case is he originally had an attorney for one day, and then got the two good attorneys he ended up with. They tried to assert a lien on the amounts. And when I went in and dug all those pleadings up for Richard, it's like, well, we know exactly how much you got. We know exactly how much the cost that they deducted. We know exactly how much was distributed to Stephen, or actually to Dean's law firm. I think the check went straight there. I don't. It didn't even go anywhere else. But all of that's because there was a fee dispute. But he's not alleging any of that. It's just a crazy cause of action that somehow feels that it's hard to tell from the reading of it. I mean, we can go back to that paragraph and look at it again, but I don't think it's going to clear anything up. But it just seems like he's super butthurt that, and even in the interview in the Wisconsin Law Journal, talks about, man, this was a great opportunity for everybody to see. If you read between the lines of what Kratz is saying, a great opportunity for everybody to see through this documentary what a great guy I am, what a great lawyer I am, what a great job I did on this, and that anything negative that came out about me in the documentary series is just, not worthy of belief, all made up. And but because it's almost like because they lost the civil case, because all of these different things, because of that woman's involvement. You all know how bad I am with names. What's her name?
Brenda Schuler.
Schuler. Well, I know you all remember her well, but
Yeah.
Brenda Schuler, that just seems what it's like. Now, if there's a signed written contract, then they'll be able to get out a lot of these claims through what's called a 12B6 motion. And then what's left, they'll file an answer to, and then they proceed on discovery. Pretty much the same path that the Netflix case went.
If they didn't make any money on this, he's not owed anything, right?
Right. Unless if he can show that he had a legitimate contract interest and that the basis of it was, before or after expense. So the court has to accept the pleadings as true at this phase to grant a motion to dismiss, a 12B6 motion. Got to accept the pleadings as true. Can't look behind the pleadings. If either side submits like an affidavit or tries to submit documents other than the contract, then the court says, okay, you've raised a question of fact. I can't grant it. Deny your motion to dismiss. But if you accept the pleadings as true and there's no cause of action, like if he's saying, yeah, I really do mean that I was denied the right to potentially be a plaintiff in the Netflix lawsuit, the judge could say, okay, you clarified it. Thank you. But yeah, no, you're not entitled to anything on that. I'm dismissing that cause of action.
So basically, the court gets the complaint and whatever is submitted. The defendants reply, and then the judge makes a decision before they proceed.
Well, so if you just file a straight answer, not a motion to dismiss, court won't do anything. Next thing that happens is the attorneys for the parties are required to meet and come up with a scheduling order and submit it to the court for approval. So you either file a 12B6 or an answer. And then in Netflix, what they actually filed is a 12B4 or 12B5, which is if you're alleging that you haven't been served properly. But it's 12B. And so there's a list of things. And, one of 12B6 is 98%. We deal with it all the time in 1983 actions, but most certainly that's going to be what's filed. Now, if they've got a if they've got a big policy, which they're alleging they did, errors and omissions policy, but Kratz, I mean, they're most certainly going to file a 12B6 on not naming him as an additional insured under the policy. That could be very easily be a breach of contract. They were supposed to do it. They didn't do it. But so to prevail in any civil lawsuit, you got to have a duty, you got to have a breach, you got to have a causation, and a tort claim. Don't need that for contract. Duty, breach, causation, and damages. You're missing any one of those four, you're out of court. So, yeah, contract, it's valid. You're supposed to get me named as an insured. You didn't. It's a breach. What are your damages?
Are you supposed to pay me XYZ?
And the damages would be, now if it was within the statute of limitations, but it's completely gone now. But I got sued for defamation, and I had to pay lawyers to defend me. Yeah, you would be damaged, no question. But they're going to say, look, even if these things are true, which we dispute, there's no damage, and it's not even capable of being damaged because the statute of limitations is long expired on such a claim. So that's probably what's going to happen is they'll do that. They'll file those motions, and just like in Netflix, which ultimately, after they got the service of process thing worked out, after they were on their second judge, I think finally got to Dr. Pepper. How ironic. And it's like, okay, that's out now. Then they filed 12B6s on defamation, saying, even if this is true, you're not entitled to recover. And the court did throw out a lot of claims, but they left intact some claims. And then they granted Netflix's motion that Andy Colburn was a public figure, which if you're a public figure, that transforms. It's just a much higher standard if you're a public figure to win a defamation case, because you have to get that invokes First Amendment privileges, and cases like New York Times v. Sullivan and all these other cases that we learn about, where in order to prevail, if you're a public figure, in order to prevail, you have to allege and prove malice, which is knowing falsity or reckless disregard for the truth. And
I just think of the Depp Heard case for that.
Yeah. So, and then if it's newsworthy or documentary, and fair, it's just really, really hard. Even if you screw up. And then with a documentary, as y'all saw, there was, you're given a certain amount of dramatic license. And so what was really enlightening to me about the Netflix case, which is what makes the Kratz's case intriguing, because we might find out some things we never even knew, just like we did in the Netflix case. One was, it's not really anything revealing in terms of what happened to Teresa or anything like that, but just for example, the selection of the music and what music was gonna end an episode.
Danger
And
music.
and which I really liked because when you watch a documentary, that one, multi-part, one part, I don't care. You're being manipulated. And that's why we watch them, because the way they manipulate us causes feelings and emotions. And that's what entertainment is. And, some people got offended, including maybe some in this chat, which was okay, but certainly in the chat section, I said, I don't know what everybody's all upset about ma'am, that it's entertainment, and it's entertainment about a very, very serious subject. But but again, reinforcing the point, the folks in foul play, and going back to Eric Jose's, Richard's channel and other channels, those people didn't stop on the whatever episode, 10th episode of Ma'am. They started searching around and became involved in looking for cooperatives that got all of the records that could be gotten at the time, and whatever those were, and then trying to obtain records like you all have been doing for years that weren't requested, but now were. And you didn't just stop there, but it's just kind of disingenuous to say, Ma'am was a fact-based, unbiased, totally neutral, completely fair. That may be the way the two directors had it originally, but by the time Netflix got in there and said, we're going to make some money off of this thing, and got some dramatic music,
put some danger music in there,
figured out where they were going to make the cuts between the episodes, and tell me anybody on the face of the planet, unless they had to get to work or feed their child or take their dog outside, wasn't going immediately from that episode where Colburn can't answer these questions, can't remember where he was, because of the state's own actions or inactions, left Colburn out to dry, and a good lawyer like Dean Strang carved him up. And then there's that dramatic music. I mean, who wasn't into the next episode? I mean, I doubt very many people took a drink break or a bathroom break between those two. I mean, it was pretty high drama. But
I watched 8 straight when I watched Ma'am originally, and it was like 5:30 in the morning, and I was dead tired. And I'm like, you know what? I got to stop.
I like to watch them all.
I finished it just basically as soon as I got up.
I watched it twice, not in a row, but.
I want to welcome Sunshine Christina. She just got home. And
hey, Sunshine.
Well, Sunshine had done. I think it was Sunshine, wasn't it, that wrote a bunch of things about how the sequence of events looked regarding calling in the plates, and I think even before the recordings came out, and pretty much had nailed down some things. Or am I confusing that?
She probably did. I don't remember.
It wasn't me that put it all together, but I have wrote on it.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because, and what's interesting is like the people who were questioning it didn't even have the stuff that we just recently got. That makes it look even worse, you know? I don't know. And you know, what's interesting is you're right. Netflix really made this a watchable documentary, but you have to question whether that's because it's so unjust what was done to them that they knew if it was presented dramatically, whether Colburn, you know, was nefarious or not, it would garner the attention it needed in order for maybe to affect real change. That's my thinking.
Well, you know, I don't, I really kind of agree with that. At the same time, you know, you look at Netflix, especially back then. I mean, they're still, you know, massively huge, but you think about they are a for-profit company, so the product that they want to release, you know, they want to make it, as Travis said a few minutes ago, this has got to be an emotional experience. No matter which side you're on, they want it to be an emotional and to, you know, piss you off or to, you know, make you question what, you know, what are we missing here? Which is what a lot of us did because, you know, understanding that you can only get so much into a documentary. Yeah, and that's fact.
Yeah.
And
One
there
thing I want
is
to say
so
is,
much sauce in
I-
this case. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying there are all kinds of degrees, shades of gray on how much is intentional or so. Scam, for example, it's clear there was set agenda on
Oh
what they
my
wanted to
God.
try and achieve, and you know, it was a
Absolutely.
response to something. And then, but I don't care, you know, if they say, yeah, we tried so hard to be fair on this thing, but and even Strang said it, you know, there was 400 hours of court trial, just the trial, 400 hours, and it's an 8-hour series or whatever it was.
10.
I
But
think
yeah.
they did a remarkably good job, he said in multiple interviews at the time, of coming out and getting as much of the relevant portions of the trial out there. But I think that's a good point, that I don't think that they were. I think Netflix tried to make it dramatic and make the cuts to where it flowed to where you felt compelled to keep going.
Correct.
And which you have to do, because you all, once this concept of streaming, or what do you call it when you watch binging, binge
watch.
watching, you know, a multi-part documentary, you know, you got to get hooked in there. And I remember the first kind of 2 episodes pretty good and okay, but I was teetering, I'll tell you, until that one where, you know, at the end they had a news kind of local news thing saying Stephen Avery's been arrested in connection with a murder, and you're going, what the hell? And
Right.
but in any event, I you know, I think they tried to do a balanced job, but I'm just saying, it's like being a juror. No matter how hard you try, and the more you try and consciously do it, you actually are making it worse. You know, everybody has this packet of prior experiences and life's dealings that, you know, you're gonna have a bias, not in a bad way, that, you know, it's a bias that you like your grandchild, even though they're talking when you're on. I mean, what grandfather isn't going to give their grandchild a pass on that? Well, that's bias, you know. But so, and it's good bias. You know, so we're wired into bias. What's why women can see more shades of colors than men. I mean, there's lots of different biases, and so you can't show me a documentary that doesn't have the ultimate product doesn't have some sort of bias, and that can be totally unintentional to all the way to it's propaganda. It's pure intentional, you know, propaganda that's you know, not related to the truth. But again, putting that all aside, foul play others didn't stop there. You know, it was always a stepping off point to dig deeper and find more answers if possible.
Yeah. Yes.
But
Absolutely.
and so this thing with Kratz, it's going to be very, very interesting. I hope it does go a little ways. I don't think it'll make it to trial, but it might. But you know, it might find out how much this thing made. I don't think it did well at all. Knew it wasn't.
I don't either.
Yeah,
No.
knew it wasn't going to do well when they announced the platform.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they give anything away, yeah, the first two episodes are free. Somebody, a good friend of mine in the restaurant business, said, yeah, you know, if you're at the point on Wednesdays, you're putting a 2-for-1 coupon in the paper, you could pretty much, or, you know, Twilight deals for
Begging for business. Yeah.
Stick a fork in you because you're done.
Yeah, you know, and
Hey,
then,
Right? Stick a fork in you.
Hey guys,
Hey, Silky.
good to
How
be
you
here.
doing?
How you
Yeah,
feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. I could stay for a little while. Then I've got another medical appointment, but I've been listening to the podcast. It's been awesome, and it's great to have Trav to get his perspective. But yeah, I could join in for a little while, and hopefully soon I can restart the podcast, the Reading with the Crew. But yeah, it's been a bit of a journey.
Good to see you. Glad you could jump in for a little while. Always good to
Thank you.
talk with you. Absolutely. So, you know,
Doc,
just
I didn't realize you were ill. I'll send you an email off radar, and hope you're doing all right. I didn't realize you were.
Oh no, I'm getting there. I'm getting better, which is awesome. Thank you so much.
I'll shoot you an email.
Cheers.
so Doc, just you know, take as much or little time as you want. I mean, just the reading. I haven't gone through this letter of understanding yet. We're going to, but just your thoughts so far.
Yeah, I mean, I read and I listened to the podcast, and I read the filing done by Mr. Kratz, and I sort of like distilled it down to a couple of points, and it really goes to show how bitter Kratz was and still is regarding the way he was treated in convicting a murderer. And I wrote a couple of comments in the chat. The way basically Kratz was sidelined, and he really had a minor role in convicting a murderer. And he was very, very bitter about that. And you could tell, because in my opinion, convicting a murderer, you know how long it took, right, to come out. And as you said, we had to sign a non-disclosure agreement as well, where we couldn't talk about the fact that we were going to appear on cam. And all these years went by. Then when you looked at the way Cam presented the material as a counter documentary against Mam, you could tell that they actually used Kratz more like comedic relief in a way. And they showed him being extremely aggressive against Rookie, against Deborah Kakech. And every time you saw Kratz, you saw him very, very angry, very upset.
Even against Fassbender and Uyghur, remember?
Especially against Fassbender and Uyghur, where he goes, oh, look, you fucked up my case.
That's right.
And Kratz is very bitter. Why? Because instead of being a co-producer per se, instead of Cam showing, hey, this is my book, you're getting my intellectual property from my book, present my book on film. That's what I reckon that Kratz was after. But slowly Cam morphed, and it really put Kratz more like a show, on the sidelines, and the focus was on Colburn. I don't think Kratz liked that at all. And you could tell the way he wrote his brief, basically complaining that, hey, where did Brenda Schuller come from? And if you look at the way Cam was presented, Kratz, in my opinion, was sidelined, and Kratz was replaced as a mouthpiece and as a researcher by Brenda. Because remember, they showed Brenda with all her vast array of knowledge and information and documents.
Yep.
And she even had a go at us. Remember? When we were talking to her years ago, she pointed to her documents saying, I've got this, you guys don't. And I think Kratz was very, very bitter about that. And also, instead of him being a narrator, going through what he experienced as being the special prosecutor, they got in Candace, right?
Yes.
And so you're looking at this and you're going, and even Travis echoed it. You go, look, Cam had a great opportunity to say, all right, this is what Mam presented. This is what we're going to present. We're going to show you using Mr. Kratz, because he was a special prosecutor, we're going to show you why Stephen and Brendan are guilty. We're going to show you the evidence. We're going to debunk Mam or Kathleen Zona or whatever. We're going to show you how this murder went down. Guys, you've seen Cam. It did the complete fucking opposite. Instead of going, all right, guys, we're going to show you how this murder carried out. We got all these ridiculous narratives, one by Fassbender, the magic bullet, right? The magic bullet in the garage.
Yeah.
Then we had Sarah Fausk talking about her dog picking up ashes on a Western berm. And you're looking at this and you're going, guys, you've got to be kidding. And then you've got Candy and Earl talking badly about the brother and the brother-in-law, and you're thinking, guys, all you're doing is a hate piece. You've wasted 10 episodes where you could have presented fact after fact, and the mere factor that Kratz goes, guys, you had errors and omissions. I'm not happy about that. And of course, who's it going to reflect badly on? Kratz, right? And even Kratz said, hey, Brenda's the fact checker. What the hell's going on here, right? And so the way, and again, I echo all of your points that you've said, the way Cam presented it as very much a hate piece and a focus on Stephen Avery's character, rather than focusing on the forensic evidence and saying, right, guys, we're going to show you how this went down. And instead of doing that, they took the opposite approach, and they tried to portray foul play and all these other truthers as a bunch of idiots who've had their amygdalas hijacked and that we know nothing, except Brenda ran into us as a group of passionate researchers who have got documents. And through your good work, through many other people's good work, and also Sunshine Christina with all the FOIAs, the phone calls, we can now slowly start to take away the case presented by the state piece by piece. And it's frustrating because we were portrayed as a bunch of hillbillies that know nothing. And
Well, and remember, Doc, the refusal to talk about the Halbach case. She wouldn't do it.
we actually spent this much talking about the actual Halbach case and
Yep.
a lot talking about trivial rubbish. Why? Because Brenda knew that we knew the case as good as she did, if not better.
She was just looking for a couple of good sound bites.
Sound bites, which is 100% correct.
That was it.
Yep.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Doc.
No,
You know what
awesome.
Yep. You know what I find interesting? Basically, Making a Murderer did what Manitowoc and the Wisconsin DOJ did in 2005, right? Making a Murderer, Netflix. They utilized society, their customer, their viewing audience, to get the story out, right? And so in 2005, 6, and 7, this was done by Manitowoc, Calumet, and Wisconsin DOJ to influence the jury pool. In 2015, dramatics, drama, stretching, if we want to put that. I don't really think they stretched anything. I think they simply left us with cliffhangers to questions that they themselves probably have for a lot of this case. When it was presented in such a way. It was actually a much more dramatic narrative because it's truthful and it is being told to an audience that includes, like, how many of you witnessed the 5, 6, and 7 media coverage of this case? Did y'all ever see Stephen Avery on Nancy, or talk to Nancy Grace on the phone?
I read
Not
that.
live.
Not live, but I read the transcript. Yes.
So I did. All right. And I remember when they arrested Brendan, and I fell for it. That's why when my ex told me about the documentary, I was compelled to watch it because I wrote him off as guilty like they wanted me to do, and never thought twice about it again. I believed he was innocent until they arrested Brendan. Okay. And I was like, and I can remember having the thought, no one's going to admit to a crime they didn't commit, especially with an uncle who's already been wrongfully convicted. I did have, you know what I mean? I did have a reasoning for why I would think that he would be able to not have his will bent. But I didn't know him. By watching Making a Murderer, the series, the documentary series, you were able to actually know who Stephen and Brendan were. You were able to get an idea of their family, how they were raised, their experience, and their, like how they don't know anything about the legal system, and they're very clueless on how to protect themselves and their children, right? From piranhas like they ran into with Manitowoc County and them.
Well, I mean, I was going to say, The whole intention of Cam is to shut down the narrative. Kratz is all about controlling the narrative. So there's something wrong here because Kratz is now having a go at Cam. I understand it's to do with the money, but I think it's to do with more than just money. There are greater issues here at stake.
Oh,
His
absolutely.
ego. It's gigantic.
Yeah,
Irreparable harm.
yeah.
Well, well, you got to remember what Kathleen Zoner said about Kratz. He's like a moth drawn to a flame. He can't let this case go. He can't. It's his reason for everything in his life, right? It was the reason he was prosecutor of the year, that he was probably getting to dip his zipper in places that he wouldn't have with the less effort, that kind of thing. And then his fall from grace in the political realm, he blamed Stephen for. So
correct.
And then convicting, what I find the most interesting about convicting a murderer is the name and the fact that it was billed as we're going to show you Stephen Avery is guilty. We're going to prove it. You know, you've been lied to. And what did they do? They didn't do that. They instead turned it into let's feel bad for poor Andrew Colburn because Netflix did wrong, or, you know, and so it's just another example of we're going to lie to your face about what we're doing here and hope you believe it.
It was manipulation.
Yeah.
Well,
right, Doc? Go ahead, Doc.
I was going to say, well, see, the fact that it took, and even Kratz said it, the fact that Cam took years for it to come out, and I agree with what Travis said, it lost the impact. It immediately lost the impact because there was such a great lag period between when it was filmed and there would have been all these reshoots. And then by the time it appeared, everyone's going, okay, what are we going to learn? Are we going to learn something new, something interesting? Something that's out of, you know, oh my God, bombshell. There was nothing. There were snippets of phone calls that were strategically placed together, right? Snippets of phone calls of mainly Stephen talking, and people are going, oh my God, this guy's an absolute monster. Until you actually go back and you listen to the call and you get the context of the call. You've got all these little snippets and little sound bites, like you guys have been saying, from foul play, from other truthers, made to look us like a bunch of idiots. But here's the problem. The problem is this. They used Colburn as the carrot.
Oh, yeah.
Kratz used Colburn as a proxy to get to Mam. So they were all hoping like hell that Colburn's civil suit, the judge would have said, yep, no hassles, here's your millions of dollars. That would have opened up the door for all these other characters to come in, including Kratz, riding on the coattails of Colburn's civil suit win, to say, right, I'm next, I'm going to demand millions of dollars. Why? Destroyed my reputation. Now, look what Kratz has done. He's flipped it. Cam, you've destroyed my reputation. You've taken my intellectual property. You haven't rewarded me. Blah, 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 blah. Who's this Brenda Schuller? Why are you relying on her stuff? This is my stuff. So now look how the spotlight has now changed. Now remember what Kratz said in court when he argued with Buting and Strang. Judge, what's this got to do with the murder of Teresa Halbach? So now, who is profiteering from the murder of Teresa Halbach? Mr. Bloody Kratz.
Exactly.
How ironical is that?
Who would you all, and I'm not going to watch all of these episodes. I told you a long time ago. I'm in for pirating too, and I did that. But after the first two, I said I'm not going to watch any more scam. But who who did the spotlight shift to? Clearly, I agree with you, Doc, 100%. A lot of this lawsuit that Kratz has filed, he's butthurt about the spotlight shifting. But who in Scam, was it Candace Owens, which is a problem when the narrator becomes the spotlight? But was it Fassbender, or was there a clear spotlight?
Oh, it's always to me. It was always Avery and Dassey getting thrown under the bus. I mean, from episode 1 to episode 10, that was me.
But
It's definitely Stephen.
who was the, like, do you feel like the episodes were presented from Colburn's perspective or from Candace's perspective? Because like
No.
Travis, I only watched the first 2 episodes.
No, it wasn't from Candace. She was a drop-in added in 2023 after the Daily Wire bought it.
No, I realize that, but there's a reason why they got Candace. And I think what we're going to find out in this lawsuit is that the reason why there was a 4-year delay, they had 90% of this in the can. You guys know when you did your interviews and whatnot. And we know when certain people gave interviews that debated Kratz as part of the documentary. And Kratz made the comment, oh, coroners, it's no big deal. They just go out there and kick the body. They don't do anything. That's where those comments came from, is those interviews 4 years before the actual release. But I suspect they couldn't find an outlet. They couldn't package it. We're not going to take it with, I don't know where Me Too came in as part of this, but we're not taking that guy as your hero. You need to repackage that, cut him down from 142 minutes down to 9 minutes. Get somebody diverse, get a person of color in here. Who knows what they said? But I can guarantee you the delay, I'm almost certain it's going to come out, and it's a perfect defense for the producers is, that's true. We had high hopes, but then Kratz just kept shooting himself in the foot. He had resigned smartly, and he had gone into public defender work. But then all of a sudden he's fighting this thing with the state bar. And, we just couldn't we had to distance ourselves as far as we possibly could from Ken Kratz. I mean,
Agreed.
It's a perfect defense, but.
Agreed.
NBC did the same thing, right?
And Andrew Colburn and Michael Griesbach.
And I'm pretty sure, I'm unless I'm really way off the mark, Travis, I'm 99% sure that all filming was done by early 2021 for Cam, all of it. Because we were, like I said, we were September through November of 2020, and I know we were towards the end.
Yeah.
Allie Apperson was, seems like Ma'am 2 came out, December 2018, 2017?
Yeah, something like that. 2018, I think.
They lured her into interviewing that summer, and some of these, I don't know if Christine or Susan can remember, but it seems like we knew people that were going out and interviewing, and so kind of mixed reactions. They're like, why are you participating in this thing? It's going to be a thing. And then Allie's response publicly was, well, I'll talk to anybody about it. I don't care. And then when she got back, she was a little less than enamored. Said, I'm very skeptical. about how much is going to come out. And I think her picture made it somewhere as part of a montage, but I don't think she ended up her voice in the thing at all, right?
I don't think so. I don't think Allie
I
was
don't
in it.
recall Allie being in it.
Yeah. So, but in any event, we might just find out more. But what Doc and others have been saying last few minutes, it's sure reaffirming about how despicable and twisted his behavior is. Just crazy.
Yeah.
What do you call
Well, why don't-
Stephen? A psychopath or a...
Psychopath. Yeah, a psychopath.
Oh yeah, in that
his book?
was it not
Or-
lying? No, it's not lying. It was
It was an interview. He did an interview.
yeah. He was
a psychopath.
he was interviewing with Andrea Canning.
I just,
Yep.
yeah, it's
Why don't
projecting.
we? Yeah. Why don't we go through this letter of understanding?
Yeah,
And
let's do that.
yeah, and I've got two other documents to show you after this one. So
That
this is
number
exhibit
one alone.
Yeah, yeah. Exhibit 1, convicting a murderer, working title, letter of understanding. This letter of understanding, signed January 15, 2018, precedes a long-form agreement to be signed February 1st, 2018. This agreement is between Transition Studios, LLC, an Ohio Limited Liability Corporation located, gives the address, and Ken Kratz of, it's left blank, the subject on behalf of his team. Both parties agree to the following. Producers will create a docuseries which may become a season of Making a Murderer, but will address the police and prosecution's points of view in the Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey cases. Furthermore, it will explore the lengths to which Avery fans reached to destroy the lives of project's subjects.
Pause,
Oh,
please. Pause.
Yeah.
So may become a season of Making a Murderer.
That was their goal to start.
Of course.
Now, was that, if you can say, and if you can't, that's fine. I mean, were those kind of things mentioned to you all to induce
No.
you?
No.
No,
Mm-mm.
no, nothing like that.
Well, I mean, that's
No.
kind of because I bet if you talk to Laura, the folks at,
It's
they
never.
would say, well, we can't control what Netflix does, but we own the Making a Murderer franchise.
Right.
They can't
Yeah,
do
that's-
anything without us. And there was never any discussions about Making a Murderer. So that's kind of interesting that that's in there. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Imagine
Oh, no.
the dollar signs that were going around Kratz's head when he heard that.
Oh,
So,
God.
so Travis, is that sort of intellectual property?
Well,
Is the verbiage kind of interesting from that standpoint?
well, it's it's not a violation and have it subject of a contract, but I mean it's misrepresentation and fraud. If you're putting something like that in there, obviously there's something behind that, and it's not which will be like Making a Murderer, but will address the police and prosecution's points of view. That would have been okay, but become a season. I had to read that 5 times.
Yeah, that is
become a
very.
season of, and then Making a Murderer is in quotes, meaning it's a proper title, of a work already produced. Become a season of Making a Murderer. I'm just going, oh my God, that may be tough for somebody to explain. I mean, did you have any talks with Netflix? I mean, then why would you?
Or with Laura and Moira.
present it that way. Well, that I don't know. We'll see when Jack gets the official agreement. But why would you put that in there? What else did you say? Because you all know for a fact, and we won't get into it, but you and I all have talked behind the scenes, off grid. We know for a fact they represented things to you to get you as a collective to come in. They made assurances on how things would be presented, what angle they were coming from, none of which turned out to be true.
Balanced. Yeah. They want to be balanced.
So we know, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but they all do this. Dateline, all of them.
Agreed. Yep.
Some of them make big news. Connie Chung, Dan Rather, others you never even know about. But show business is business. It's competitive, and to get the story, sometimes you take shortcuts or do things where you think the ends justify the means, and they never do. But in any event, I had to read that, look at it several times, and
Sure.
become a season of Making a Murderer is, it doesn't invoke any intellectual property. Now, if they actually went forward and tried to say this is season 3, but Netflix was never going to let that happen, or anybody else. But it does show, assuming that Transition wrote this, and not Ken Kratz or somebody on Kratz's behalf, but it does show kind of the flavor of what they were trying to sell here.
Well, I mean, I think there could have, and probably were, conversations, just guessing here, I'm assuming, I'm speculating, that Sean might have said, hey, we make this, we can sell it to Netflix, they can, as a season of Making a Murderer, and title it, the other story or whatever.
Yeah, I don't recall Kratz pointing that out in the body of the lawsuit.
No.
And so maybe it's because, his lawyers talked to him about it, and it's like, okay, well, there's nothing here. The other points were bigger, but
very interesting.
It's just weird right from the get-go. That's why I said pause. Kind of jumped out at me.
Oh, you're fine. All right, let's move on. Number 2, producers are responsible for funding the film. The recoupable budget figure is capped at $2.5 million, and any overage may not be recouped, and any proceeds over and above the budget after delivery costs and commissions are considered net profits divisible to stakeholders. Number 3, Sean Reck has creative control and final cut of the project. Number 4, subject to Ken Kratz, is a stakeholder and will receive 25% of net profits. Number 5, profits are to be paid within 7 days of receipt of the funds. Number 6, producers will eventually transfer all IP intellectual property to a standalone entity, and that entity will assume obligations in this deal. Number 7, producers will purchase errors and omissions insurance of at least $1 million per occurrence and $3 million aggregate, and name Kratz as additionally insured. Number 8, producers will advance Kratz $25,000 by February 15th, 2018, recoupable from his net profits upon liquidity event, sale, or licensing. This one's interesting. Number 9, producers will pay Kratz $4,000 per month consulting fee for 20 months, beginning on or before March 1st, 2018. Kratz will be a 1099 contractor. Producers agreed to pay Kratz's team $85,000 upon sale of the film. Number 11. Producers agreed to make their best efforts to hire as many team members as possible into the production. Number 12. Producer is the exclusive rights holder of Kratz's story and any exclusive evidence for purposes of film or television in perpetuity. Number 13. Producers will advance Kratz $5,000 by March 1st toward existing Avery and any forthcoming Dassey adaptation of book rights for scripted films, with $45,000 due to fully execute his rights. This must be fully paid by February 1st, 2020. Number 14. Kratz will share in producers' profits of any scripted dramatic production at what's considered a reasonable industry standard percentage to be negotiated later. Last one, number 15, Kratz will make his best effort to be available to media for promotion of this documentary project's release. Producers or distributors will pay expenses related to media appearances. And it's signed by Sean Reck, President Transition, and Ken Kratz, film subject and grantor of rights.
Okay, so this was what they did to suck him in before he was released from NBC, is what I'm guessing, because they later
What's the date of it at the top? Was it
1st of February.
they
January
later
15th.
amended it, is what I was going to say. Yeah. It was January 31 when he was released, or they, the contract ended with NBC.
Yeah. That's why I said earlier he may have already been told. I'm sorry, Travis. What's that?
No, I apologize. In the allegations of the complaint, they made it clear that his contractual obligations with NBC Universal ended, and then they entered into this agreement, right?
Yeah.
Because that's important, because you don't have, neither side has clean hands. If you're under an option, or there's an option period in entertainment law, you do these options to give time to develop a project, whether it's a book and you're doing the movie rights, you get the movie rights to a book. And you all have seen the stories, how this producer had it for 6 months and then turned it over to somebody else, and this, that, the other. Well, you can't go in before it's over, because you're in essence taking somebody, you're putting them in a conflict of interest. You're taking somebody that owes a fiduciary duty, which would be Ken Kratz, to NBC Universal to use his best efforts to develop whatever they were going to develop. But you're taking them out 2 months early, because you guys have already decided, listen, forget them, come with us, and we're going to make a good deal with you. Now, how bad were things for Kratz at the time he signed this? And beginning of Making a Murder was all the way out, and those episodes had come out about the one victim, AVG or whatever her initials.
SVG. Yeah.
That at least was out, and then and he was back representing criminal defendants. He had resigned. That it was at least by that point in time, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, you said earlier, Travis, that it was January 17th of 2018 when Kratz resigned.
Yes, I did.
And this was signed on the 15th of 2018. That's interesting.
It's interesting here. You know, they're saying producers will
it's
advance this
February.
25,000, and then Kratz is going to get 4,000 per month for 20 months, and then producers will agree to pay 85,000 upon the sale of the film.
None of that's in his filing.
Kratz is suing for 75,000. So if you do the 4,000 multiplied by 20 months, that's your 80,000.
Well, Travis
he
kind
have
of
been-
explained that 75,000.
Would he been have advanced his £5,000 and he's taken that off the 80, so therefore the 75 is what's left owing?
Well, then we also have an advance of 5,000 by March 1st. Yeah, I mean, there's
And
a
the
lot of money.
85,000 on sale of the film, which they did.
Yeah.
So they've
how much?
changed this in their in
Well,
the later one that he signed.
I'm curious. Did any of this
Evidently.
money actually flow into his hands? Is, I guess, my question, and we don't know.
They said
Can
he
I-
got 5,000.
Yeah, Doc,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I reckon that's all I got. Can I just make a quick comment? Because unfortunately, I've got to go. I've got another medical appointment. But I just want to say that, when you look at this, how crazy was Sean Reck to even get involved with Kratz? Because one of the things which is so crucial for the success of any type of documentary is credibility. And here you're literally dealing with the devil. And as Travis pointed out, and as everybody else pointed out, Kratz came with a lot of baggage. So he's basically trying to appear in front of the camera, trying to defend himself, trying to defend the officers that were involved in the case, knowing all the things that transpired. And the big issue here is credibility. How can Kratz appear in front of a camera and say, Stephen's character is this, Stephen did this, when he himself stooped so low as to be embroiled in all these scandals himself? So there goes the credibility. And now you can see that all this was not about finding the truth, finding or trying to solve the murder of Teresa Hallbach. This was a pure profiteering exercise, something that they blamed Mam for doing.
Oh my God.
And
We
in
always
effect,
blame the victim.
yep, and in effect, you can now see it. He's bitter, he's pissed off, and he wants his pound of flesh.
I have.
What was it? The Ken Kratz project or something up in there on number 1 or 2?
Yes, the Ken Kratz
I mean, they
project.
just used his ego to get his information.
I have a hypothesis about what's going on. Y'all want to hear it?
I do.
Sure.
But guys, I just want to say goodbye to everybody, and
Hey,
hope
thanks,
to
Doc.
catch up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take care, Doc.
Good to see everyone.
Good to see you, Doc, and I hope you feel better, and I'll shoot you an email.
Thank you
Hope
so
your
much.
appointment goes-
Take care, guys, and everyone
hope
in chat. Thank you.
Hope your
Bye.
appointment goes well, Doc.
Yes.
Go ahead, Christina.
All right. So you know me. I can come up with them now. So just a thought experiment. Here's a thought experiment. So Kratz was in contract with Dateline, right? And they came in, and instead of extending his contract with Dateline, he chose to not do that. And once his contract was over, he then entered into a contract with Cam. Is that correct so far?
Well, I don't know if it was Dateline. It was NBC Universal. They didn't give us.
All right. So he was in contract with another entity. Thank you
Correct.
for that. And then once that expired, he was offered a lot of money. And we all know that Kratz is money hungry, like everybody else attached to this case. So he jumped. Now, I'm curious what this IP is. he transferred
Intellectual property.
intellectual property. So what? So is that actual evidence, notes, props to sell the story, or is that just he ain't allowed to talk about this case to anybody else? Because how, if you are people connected to him in a wrongful conviction case, that loose lips are going to expose the truth, right? How do you keep Ken Kratz from running his mouth and putting you all behind bars? You keep him happy. He likes money. He likes attention. He likes to feel like, he's the smartest guy in the room and he's getting all the attention, all the things. Sean Reck and Andy Hale are good associates. Andy Hale has made his living defending corrupt police officers. There was a couple of us that went on a little deep dive of him, and he's now got a narrative that he is, the righter of wrongs and injustice cases. But the reality is he's still defending cops who have, used their badge to do egregious things. I think that this whole convicting thing may have been to keep a lid on this mess, because 2018, we had season 2 of Making a Murderer come out. We had Brendan's case getting a lot of publicity, even though it didn't go well. It
blew up.
It blew up. He had the ability. He came very close to getting released. Kratz showed up. Remember? Kratz showed up and gave a press conference at that.
Oh, yeah, he's selling his book.
Yep, he sure did. Which is kind of like a really bizarre thing, unless you're wanting those who wouldn't let you help in the, I know this case well enough. If you need my assistance, let me know.
Oh, if you do a mock trial, yeah, that came up.
Yeah, and they didn't bite. What if this is simply their attempt to acquire what he has on them so he can't blackmail them? I don't know. I think there's meat to that argument. I'm curious what anybody else thinks about it.
But there's potential there, because, I don't think anyone truly knows what he brought out with him, as far as actual, documentation, recordings, et cetera, plus any dirt, let's just say, on any of these maybe main players that has been kept off the radar. I don't know, but the further we go into this case, other cases, you then come to find out, well, wait a minute, what you found out about some weird act or some weird event that somebody prominent was involved in, 10 years later, it's like, what the hell, man? Yeah, and it got buried. I don't know. It's possible, Christina. I don't know.
And I think he has the evidence, and I think he's made it clear if something happens to him, it gets dropped to Zellner, to who is the guy that wrote the book from the patch?
Oh, Farrak.
Yep, John Farrak. I think Kratz knows he's playing a dangerous game with dangerous men and women. And I think he has made it very clear that if something, untoward was to happen to him, they're all going down. That's my thinking.
Yeah. It's possible.
If I was in his shoes playing the game he's trying to play with them, I would do that. I would make sure that everyone is exposed if something was to happen to me.
Well, I'll say always. In the last several years, I've questioned, Calumet got the case within an hour and 15 minutes of the RAV4 being found on November 5th. And while they would turn to Manitowoc for mutual aid, being embroiled in that massive lawsuit, I don't understand that logic. They had to know, even if they didn't know, obviously they couldn't know that a documentary was going to be made and it was going to blow up all over the world. Still, them being involved at all. I mean, I'm no government official or anything like that. I would be like, we need to go to Brown County or Sheboygan, somewhere else for mutual aid. You guys need to stay back. You need to stay way the hell back and not be involved in this, because
just for the optics.
It taints the whole thing. And whether we like that or not, I mean, I know a lot of people say, well, you know what, there's no real conflict because they weren't being sued, but it doesn't matter. The county was being sued, and they're involved in that. They're attached directly to the hip to me. Maybe not.
And so the only people are saying that it doesn't matter, they weren't being sued, are people who don't understand the legal system, because that case, the Stephen Avery wrongful conviction lawsuit, would have opened the door that was going to expose corruption, not only in Manitowoc County, but on the bench and in the DOJ, and probably in the crime lab as well. That case would have had it had the ability to really get the Wisconsin justice system back.
Well, I mean, short of them coming in and offering Navy, a couple $1 million to shut him up, NDA, not going to talk about the case. Here's your money. Case closed. And I don't know Avery at all, but if they'd offered him, $2-3 million, he probably would have taken it and moved on. You think about how poor those people are, or were. I don't know about now, but
I agree. I
don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I can't say that he would or he wouldn't. And the only reason I say that is, was he, from a $1 billion generational wealth thing? No. But did Stephen Avery have the ability to manage his money and make an income and ride this out, to have those who had tried to steal his life exposed for the criminals they were for doing it? I think to him, to get his name back would have been tempting. And financially and not just financially, there's other people they've done that way. And, we've been conditioned. They want us to think Stephen Avery is a selfish POS that only cared about himself, right? But that's not who I see. I see a guy who's bitter because of what they've done to him, who, is hurt by his siblings not doing what I think he wants to think he would have done for them if the roles were reversed. And, and just kind of a guy who is shaking his head at how his life turned out when he really hasn't done anything too terrible. And the people who have tried to steal it are sitting there living fat and getting away with it. But
I don't know, Christina. That's a lot of money. I mean, even to somebody that's not anywhere near in his shoes, just a middle income person, that's a lot of money to throw in their face and say, "Here, take this, we're done." I don't know. Maybe I'm misspeaking,
I
but
think his lawyers probably would have advised him to do that.
I think they would have too, but I don't know. We'll never know. But anyway, let's move on to this. We got this document and one more. The last one's shorter. This is the affidavit of Kent Kratz. Go ahead.
I was just wondering how long this was.
This is 2 pages. It's not that long. I was actually going to ask you to read.
Sure.
And look where it's not. It's County of Clark, State of Nevada. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Kenneth R. Kratz, after having been first duly sworn and cautioned pursuant to law, deposes and states as follows. Number 1, that I am the plaintiff in the complaint filed on this date, Thursday, the 20th day of March, 2025, in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, captioned Kenneth R. Kratz versus Transition Studios, LLC, et al. Number 2, that contemporaneously with the filing of the above referenced complaint, I am seeking an order from this court enjoining the defendants during the pendency of this action from releasing or causing to be released financial royalties which I am owed pursuant to the express terms of the February 2nd, 2018 Development and Rights Acquisition Agreement, which is appended to the complaint as Exhibit 2 and incorporated by reference herein. Number 3, that upon information and belief and based upon the prior course of conduct by these defendants, on Monday, March 31, 2025, all or a substantial portion of monies due and owing to me will instead be released to inferior creditors and other third parties, both related and unrelated to the project. Number 4, that upon information and belief and based upon my 25-year training and experience as a courtroom trial attorney, the allegations I have made in the complaint are meritorious, well documented, and supported by the available evidence, and are thus likely to result in a substantial monetary judgment in my favor as prayed for in the complaint. Number 5, that the payment schedule issued by defendant, attached and incorporated as Exhibit A, indicates defendant is to receive the subject funds on March 31, 2025. Number 6, that for those reasons stated in the complaint, particularly those concerning the defendant's mismanagement of financial resources, if the defendants are not enjoined from releasing any additional project monies to third parties, they will lack sufficient funds with which to satisfy any monetary judgment rendered in my favor. Number 7, that any hardship the defendants may experience as a result of an order enjoining release of funds would be outweighed by the hardship endured by me in exposing me to the risk of inability to collect funds bargained for and earned by me. And number 8, that the public interest would be served by granting the requested injunctive relief, which would have a chilling effect upon future sophisticated actors like the instant defendants who may be contemplating similar malfeasance. Affiant further saith not. Kenneth Kratz, sworn to and subscribed before me this 20th day of March, 2025.
reread that last point again, please.
That the public interest would be served by granting the requested injunctive relief, which would have a chilling effect upon future sophisticated actors like the instant defendants who may be contemplating similar malfeasance.
Travis, decipher that for me, please, and thank you.
They can't lie to others. Yeah.
There's a whole lot going on in that.
Well, he's saying, I think, and Travis can correct me,
They
he's
deceived
saying
him.
that, yeah, and that, by if they don't grant this request, that others involved that might want to sue for money would be prevented from doing so. He says, upon future sophisticated actors like instant defendants who may be contemplating similar malfeasance.
I think it's more about, sucking other people in to do a documentary and not
Paying out.
paying out. Yeah.
I find
Could
the
be.
wording instant defendants and similar malfeasance curious.
Yeah, I don't know what instant defendants. I may be interpreting that incorrectly.
Instant defendants are the defendants in his
Buffering a little
complaint.
bit. Let me know if you can't hear me, but
We
We
hear
can
you
hear you.
now. Now we don't hear you.
Uh-uh.
Oh, he may be having trouble with his microphone.
He's buffering.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So he's buffering. Yeah, that can cause a problem. And that was my problem the other day. And they're actually coming tomorrow, hopefully
It's,
with a new. Go ahead.
he's laying.
No.
Oh, we're not getting much.
No, he's really buffering.
He's asking for
No, you're really buffering, Travis.
He's saying any other producers, sophisticated actors, just like these guys are, who may be thinking about doing the similar thing to others.
That's
how I read it.
Yep. Thus the public interest would be served. All right. So the interest of the public is going to be satisfied by granting the injunction. So if you give me what I want, this is going to make the public interest happy.
It's in the public interest, so nobody is they don't do this to anybody else, basically.
Don't get screwed. Don't get screwed is what he's saying.
Yeah. And then Travis says he's seeking to have the court create a trust for the funds. He needs to file a bond to have that happen, and the court would need to set a hearing.
Okay.
So why the odd sounding language?
Yeah,
That's
legal
Jargon,
jargon. Yeah. Anyway, attached
That's
to this is a chart, and I can't decipher it. Maybe someone else can help, but I can't. I'll scoot this over a little bit. Cam revenue streams. I may have to. Okay, here we go. This is. Let me blow this. Let me take this down just a little bit, so I can get it all on there. Oh Lord, I'm sorry. I blowed that up like a 1,000,000%. That's still a little bit too big. I apologize. We'll take it down one more notch here.
2 million, 3 4 million, 11.
Oh, that's 400,000.
No, I was adding them up.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so 1.4. So it's 2 million at the green line.
It looks like
4,
he's
12, 16,
estimating.
20,
Estimation begins.
28,
Yeah.
I think that's basically the breakdown of when they start filming the series. So on day one, they will be granted £1 million in order to start the show off. So that would mean buying your offices, buying your crew in order to recruit, in order to start filming, your script writers, your cast, your sound, whoever was involved. So that comes through on day one. And then
From Daily Wire. That's when Daily Wire bought
No,
it.
this is payments to Daily Wire from streaming on those platforms.
That's what I understood it, but I again,
Mhm.
I don't know. And it's also got to the right foreign TV rights, and then but of course it's left blank.
Right. The foreign
Because
TV.
remember, you had to have a subscription to watch this. You couldn't just watch it on the free app.
Don't I know about that subscription because I couldn't cancel.
The first 2 episodes or 3 episodes originally were free.
Yes.
On YouTube.
And then I subscribed to it on Daily Wire, and it took me months before I could cancel it because where I thought I was cancelling, I was still being charged.
Oh, damn.
And I think I was charged for nearly a year, to be honest with you. And I think in the UK, I think it was something like 15 or 20 quid because of the exchange rate, because I had to buy it in dollars.
Yeah, I was able to cancel mine right away. I didn't have any problem, but I know others did. Anyway, this totals up to $6 million if that's what he's saying, that a minimum that they made the payments to them. I don't know that.
Those are ongoing royalties because look at the dates of 25 and 26, right?
Yes.
And if you go on to the IMDb page, whatever it was that he was saying that he didn't get his producer's credit for, it'll tell you then that it sold the sites to, say, for argument's sake, the UK, it went to Australia, it went to India, and then it was translated into Hindu and stuff like that. So all those countries are paying the Daily Wire for that, and that's probably where the commission payments are coming back, which is going to CAM. So if they've sold it to CAM, so if CAM is only ever sold to Daily Wire, those sales are the only income that CAM are going to have.
Yeah, I don't know what all platforms. I know it may still be on Prime. I know it was. I don't know about iTunes.
Yeah, I agree with Jay, but those numbers there, none of those are actual. Those are all estimates. Those are all what Ken has in his head. He's got coming to him. And I bet the actual numbers when there's discovery are
less than that.
Surprised a tenth of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it did well.
His spreadsheet making hasn't improved much since the trial, has it?
No.
He has found the color option.
Maybe with help.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on. We've been at it almost 4 hours. This is a 3-page document. I don't remember what it is right off the bat.
I got to take a look. Where's this at? Where can I find a copy of all this, Jax?
I'll get it to you after the
All right,
show.
thank you. Because I'm curious. Because I can see what the revenue streams are.
Enjoying use of money and all of that. Where's the other contract? Is it attached?
This may be something here. I don't remember.
Is this Exhibit 2 then?
This is where he invokes Rule 65.
Yeah, find Exhibit 2. See if it's attached to the.
It's not. We don't have Exhibit 2.
Shit.
Doesn't mean we can't get it.
All right.
Anything on Pacer that's there we can get.
Okay, so what he's asking for here, y'all can read it if you want, but this is what his affidavit is in support of. And then this is the actual filing, and he's asking about that the financial royalties which I'm owed pursuant to the express terms of the February 2 Development and Rights Acquisition Agreement until a final hearing and determination of the merits of this action. So he's wants have the defendants restrained and enjoined, prevented from doing anything with the monies. And there's a lot of questions here. He mentioned in his affidavit that March 31st was some sort of trigger payment date. It might be in the body of this somewhere, but the payment schedule, that's something he created. It shows that there was a payout period with that total of $6 million. And I don't know, for 3.5 years, the last payment was 3.5 years from a date. I don't know if March 31st, 2025, that's the day in his affidavit that was significant to him. He makes it sound like all of the money is going to be due and owing, that transition and the other entities that are owed money, that they receive a bunch of money on the 31st. He says he's worried about transition paying rent, the producer rec, paying creditors, paying this Boyd who, or whatever his name was, that loaned money to fund the project, that he's afraid that inferior creditors are going to be paid. There won't be any money left for him. So he wants the court to segregate this money and keep it in a fund until the lawsuit's over.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So somebody started a conversation where Kratz got concerned that they were going to, instead of giving him what he felt he was owed, they were going to take that money and pay off debts they're saying he owed and that the production team as a whole owed. Is that like the gist of it? Is that his premise for being concerned?
Well, the affidavit essentially says on the 31st of March 2025, a bunch of money is going to come in, and I'm afraid if the court doesn't enjoin them from doing something, they're going to pay inferior creditors. So yeah, it would kind of include that. However, totally inconsistent with what the lawsuits alleging. Lawsuits alleging that he had this memorandum of understanding, MOU, and that he was going to get this and that he was going to get a $50,000 advance. He was due that $5,000 and that $45,000 months and months ago. He said they never paid me. So I'm pretty sure that transition is like, sorry, Ken, we don't owe you a dime. I don't think at all that they're like, okay, well, we really owe Ken $2.5 million. Let's get him $250 and hope he keeps his mouth shut. I think it's more, Ken, you're on crack. You were, dead weight. You were a detriment. You were total liability to this thing. We couldn't sell it, couldn't package it. We finally had to do a pay-per-view on a right-wing social media quasi-news outlet, and take our best shot. And we don't even know what the numbers were. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Could be they got 20 million. Who knows? But I don't think it's Ken filed this lawsuit because he was afraid they weren't going to pay him what he was owed. What the main lawsuit was saying is that they weren't paying him anything. He didn't get the 5,000. He didn't get the what was it that Jay was saying? It was 4,000 a month for 20 months. They didn't pay him the 80 grand.
But that's not, and I'm not in any way advocating for Ken Kratz here. Let's be clear. Whether he was a liability or not, a contract's a contract, right?
Well, so it's a memorandum of understanding. We would need, he made an allegation saying, so they said this, and then remember that paragraph, and then in that y'all read earlier, and then it said, that part didn't end up in the formal long form contract, but
Right.
We all understood that. Well, it's not how contract law is. If there is a sign,
that's why you're asking about the exhibit,
right?
Gotcha. Okay.
And so I think, and Jay probably knows as much or as more about memorandums of understanding than I do, but memorandums of understanding are exactly that, hey, we both have a great idea and we both agree that it's a great idea, but it's in development, and there happen all the time in entertainment. And it's like, okay, well, let's agree if we can make this thing go, the way we conceptualize it, that you're going to get this, I'm going to get that, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. Well, in the show business and the entertainment industry, things rarely work out like they're originally planned. A serious drama ends up being a hilarious blockbuster comedy. You're all familiar with the stories, but so you do these memorandum of understandings so that it's safe for you to devote your best efforts into a project that you pour hours and hours and hours into, and then hopefully if everything works, it all comes together, but it maybe comes together in a different way. Making a Murderer was originally pitched to NPR, public broadcasting. They didn't take it. They shopped it around, and somebody really sharp at this new fledgling Netflix place said, hey, let's do this a different way. And, that's part of show business. But, what controls is what both sides ultimately sign. And if they don't sign, if Kratz had said, no, our memorandum of understanding was exactly the way it was. You were going to pay $5,000 up front, and then $45,000 by another date. But instead he says, yeah, we had this one deal, and I wish I could remember it. I just can't exactly. But he says that language didn't end up in the long form agreement, but that's what we agreed to. Well, in contract law, it's, hey, if you reach a long form, more detailed final agreement, that trumps the memorandum of understanding because you had a better idea. You got to the point where you could do a more formal, detailed contract. Now we don't have that apparently, but I know Jack, it'll just be a matter of time before Jack gets it. But
unless it's sealed, I'd have to look I don't remember seeing anything sealed, but I'll take another look.
Something like that be pretty tough to be sealed. I guess it could be, but but that, but you're right, and so you're exactly right. If it is valid, so that long form contract, we'll take a look at that. He seems to be in some of these cause of actions just asking for crazy stuff, which kind of tells me that the long form contract maybe had some what we call conditions precedent, that it's more detailed. Yeah, you're going to get the 5,000 up front or you're going to get the 45,000 balance if you're going to get the 4,000 a month if and some of those other things may have disappeared from the long form contract.
Right.
That he admits, at least in one paragraph, that things changed. But to your point, there may be legitimate things in there. And then we know by the time the long form contract would have been signed, everyone would have been aware of his baggage. And then that's shame on Rec, right? I mean, he went in eyes wide open.
Oh, yeah.
Thank whoever for pointing out that, yeah, he did turn in his license voluntarily right about the time these things were being negotiated. That would have been right around everyone would have known about the allegations. Does anybody remember generally when Me Too was? I think there's
2017, 2018.
Like right around this time, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Was it that early? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Starting with that blonde actress, really famous. She's the daughter of somebody. Come on, y'all know Shakespeare in Love.
I can't remember her
I
name.
can see her face.
You're talking about Johnny Depp's ex, right? Amanda Heard.
No.
No,
I'm
not Amanda.
talking
Paltrow. Gwyneth Paltrow?
Gwyneth
famous
Paltrow?
actress's daughter who starred in Shakespeare in Love.
Are you
Blonde.
talking about Goldie Hawn's daughter?
No.
It wasn't Gwyneth Paltrow?
Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow was the first megastar that came out and on the Harvey Weinstein. There was some rumblings in a Vanity Fair article, and then she's done interviews about this. She said it compelled her to say, "Me too," and that I don't care what this does to my career. Enough's enough. And boom, it exploded. And I mean, things led up to it. So, for example, Al Franken, the senator from Minnesota, allegation of inappropriate relationship. I don't even think there's any allegations of force or coercion. Maybe there was a little. I don't think so. But
No.
Things like he just said, "I'm not going to do it," and then people said, "Well, I'm not just going to." Anyway, then this hit, and people like Kevin Spacey, they got shut down. They got ran out. Anyway, y'all know the story. So if this was around that time, a massive change of circumstances can get you out of a contract. Now, Ken admits in this complaint that at some point in time, he's upset by the amount of money that the producers, am I saying his name right? Rec?
Yeah.
Yes.
he's upset about the amount of money that REC is spending from this loan from this investor, and that it's exorbitant, which is going to result in a lower bottom line, which he says, so that's impacting me. But he admits in the complaint that he says, I'm terminating my agreement with you because of the misappropriation, the theft, and it just sounds like weird shit with Kratz. I'm guessing it was probably the normal stuff, and REC went out and bought a potential investor or bought a potential exhibitor, whether it was Netflix or whomever, an exhibitor. It's how you refer to like the motion picture theaters, but it takes them out to a steak dinner and it's $400 or $500. That's just part of business. And then Kratz sees it somehow and, oh my God. And then he's upset because he turned over a bunch of public documents that you all got anyway that are in no way intellectual property. And that lady turned them over to
Greasebach.
Greasebach. Thanks for filling in the names. I'm so bad with names. I know all of your names. That's enough. And so, it's really a squirrely complaint, kind of like how Kratz is, but he's got them all there. But I didn't hear what the goofy arcane language was you all were referring to, the public interest. Don't know why that was in the affidavit to support the permanent injunction, but
it was ridiculous. In the public interest, Travis.
And to get an injunction, which is simply saying it's like we were suing over two brothers are suing over a house that was given to them by their parents, and one's living in it. Typically what you see is maybe he's given to one brother, but they both have full title to it. And one brother, yeah, you go ahead and live in it, no problem. But he's not taking care of it. He's not painting it. He's not doing the maintenance, and it's starting to dilapidate. We call that wasting. You would go in and file an injunction and say, you need to take care of this property. You need to preserve its value during the pendency of this lawsuit. You need to collect any funds that come in for this movie, which I can't imagine aren't starting to roll in until now. There's no way.
No way.
Now there may have been a monthly payment, like Jay was talking about. There may have been there may be a 200,000 or a 400,000 in Kratz's dream world that's due on the 31st, but it's not 6 million. And and so you're saying, yeah, Judge, we want you to order. There's a good likelihood, and that's what you have to show, a substantial likelihood of recovery, that I'm going to get at least a couple of mil out of this. I want you to make them deposit that in a bank, and nobody can touch it until further order of the court. And judge could say, yeah, this looks pretty clear cut to me. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then they would allow the producer. First, they would make Kratz file a bond. And then if the producers wanted to bond around that, an appeal bond, they could. But it's rarer. You got to show some stuff pretty clear. But if he does get a hearing on that, Jack, we need to figure out a way to listen to that and get all of the documents, because I don't know if y'all remember, our good friend, may he rest in peace, Millbilly, used to get into those hearings in the Netflix, figure out what the links were and whatnot. And I listened to a couple, and he'd record them if I couldn't hear them during the day. But if they're still doing remotes in this court, we need to get the link, get the recording, because it's going to be a hoot. It'll be great. I mean, shoot, popcorn, champagne, and bourbon. It'll be great.
Well, no doubt. I mean, we got. I was able to get all 6 of the hearings that Judge Ludwig. Well, starting from the beginning, it wasn't Judge Ludwig, but in the Colburn case, we've got all of those. So yeah, we would definitely be watching for any hearing, telephone conversations or whatever. I'm sure that would be recorded. And I will tell you that Exhibit 2 is not sealed. I'll make arrangements to get that. So when we can show it.
Y'all have any legal questions, or can anybody see if there's any legal questions in chat? I'll answer them real quick, and then I'm going to go in. After I answer them, I'm going to go into YouTube and listen to y'all conclude. If you are going to conclude, maybe you're going to go.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
No, we're fixing to get out of here because we've been at it over 4 hours, and Susan and I are both starving. I'm sure she is. I know I am. So Kansas has a question. Susan, you want to read that
out? Did Rex's motivation in the final stages of making Cam morph into a buddy up to the national law enforcement piece to benefit his new True Blue platform, a river of gold flowing with pro law enforcement info? That's kind of a
you all know better on that than me.
No idea. Possibly.
Yeah, I'll look into that. That's my area of law. I'm not familiar with the True Blue platform. I'll check into that, Kansas, and
streaming platform. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that there was conversation and talk years ago about Transition doing their own streaming service platform, but as far as I know, that didn't go anywhere. If it did, I don't know about it.
I could care less. I wouldn't know.
Thanks for bringing it up, Kansas. I wasn't aware of that, and I'm in that field, so I'm going to check that out.
Since we talked about it for a good little while, I'm going to play on our way out here, I'm going to play the conversation between Remaker and Colburn on that call. Y'all can make, it's in our playlist, so anyone can listen to it. But first, before we go, I want to thank Travis for his legal knowledge and for popping on at the last second. Really appreciate that, Travis. I want to thank Susan and Jay for reading. Doc, hope you're doing okay and everything goes well on your next appointment. And again, thank everyone for some great comments and conversation. This is just another case that we'll continue to follow, see where it goes.
Don't forget Christina.
And Christina. I was going to mention Christina for popping in and, her thoughts as well. It's always good to have her. She's got such a dynamic mind, and she thinks a little bit different angle than what the rest of us do. And, I, for one, really appreciate that because she's like a bulldog. She gets something in her teeth. She's not going to let it go until she gets an answer of some kind that satisfies her.
She makes me think. I mean, really makes me think.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's some people throw stuff out that, it's just crazy. But
yes,
that darn Christina, she knows the facts, and it's like, well, shit.
Well,
could be.
even with some of the things that I might not really consider, I'm still going to listen, because again, it's a different way of looking at what we look at. It's a different perspective. And anyway, thanks again, everyone. I'm going to play this on the way out the
Thank
door.
you guys for having me. I really enjoyed seeing y'all again, and Christina, Susan, all of y'all. Really nice seeing you. And but to Christina's point, I don't know if y'all have seen it's a 3 or 4 part documentary on Netflix on the Long Island Killer. And there's the original police chief, which they call a commissioner in New York City area. And then his number 1 detective, and the shit and shenanigans those two are up to doesn't make Christina's theory too far out of the realm of possibility. Check it out if you haven't already.
I saw it advertised. I put it in my list, but I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, is that a new one?
Yeah.
Okay. Will do.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks again, everyone. And I'm going to say it now and just let this play. This has been a Foul Play production.
432. Go ahead. We're en route. Copy. I'm in the church driveway right across from the residence. What's your headway? Any idea who that plate comes back to? You want to let Sandy know? Negative.